Alright, everybody. Welcome back. We're down a player for now. We might not be, but don't worry about it. It's all under control. I know that the video is not up on YouTube yet, so if you ended up missing last session, it's okay. It was a lot of role playing. It'll all be put up together with tonight's session as basically a lot of, I guess exposition is the correct term. We did leave off with Rhiannon discovering a letter from the many different shattered remains of Summer, and in specific, one version of him that was excised. It was removed and faded away as she finished the letter, which had also given her a glimpse of Cypria, who had been eradicated from time, or so we thought, as part of the cost of destroying the clockworking ring. So I'm going to jump over to PC. We don't actually have to move the map or anything, but what is Rhiannon's reaction?
Oh man, it would be, yes, betrayal, like on top of what she's already experienced, but that of confusion. Ultimately, I think she would come to like a determined point of, well, I guess there was some good in him left, and whatever we do now, we do in their good memory. Who we killed yesterday was not him. Essentially, it wasn't the entirety of Summer.
Exactly. Yeah.
All the bad parts, and obviously lots of manipulation from our good friends made that thing. So she's gonna take the note with her as like just a reminder that whatever she does for the good of everyone. That
So my question next would be, would she take it to Decius?
I think she would. Yeah, he has to know that it was that thing absolutely was not so.
Okay. So
It'd be a scary thing to hide something like that from him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Go ahead and grab a snack. So you get that, and you're on your way, and we know that we're also dealing with KL, right? KL.
KL.
Yeah. KL. Not being KL, but we've got it's a delicate situation. He's kind of, he doesn't realize he's a doppelganger as of yet.
No, that's another thing I was gonna bring up as well.
Okay. So at the moment, he's not with Rhiannon. He's still in main estate helping out, and there's a close eye being kept on him. So I'd say before you get back to the manor with the note, and kind of with a slightly more clear head as to what to do next, I want to know what the rest of the party has been doing this morning. I know Kali was resummoning Dagaziath, but I do not know what Celica was doing. I have an idea for Akasha, which would most likely be a deep sleep still, and Sa probably wanting to wake up early, but Selena would not let that happen. Sa, you
I
are
was muted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was saying that, she might have been on exhaustion 1 or something.
Well, she might have, but that would have been restored overnight.
Yeah.
Long rest fixes.
So it's like she was going the entire day with 2 hit points.
Yeah. So she had a one exhaustion most likely before going to rest, but that went away. Rhiannon's only dropped by 1, so she should be at level 2 exhaustion instead of level 3.
Oh shit.
That said, what about Celica, who was up super late, keeping everybody else up super late?
Was I?
Yes, you were.
Yeah, you wanted us to murder you.
Yeah. So I still want to get murdered. No. I guess I'll, because everything else inside the building, like the portraits and stuff, got all burned down, right?
Yeah, sure did.
All right.
I would say that it's important to add this. Now that I'm thinking about it, the memories are a jumble because it's so much flooding back that you're having a hard time sorting them. Your brain's not quite organizing the files correctly, and it's probably a little bit of a headache, like physically a headache. But it's hard to discern dream and memory right now, which I know you had talked to Kasha about, getting that sorted out. But just keep that in mind, that not all of the memories are coming back with ease. So it's not like you suddenly remember all the good things. It's like you're suddenly remembering like the small things, the big things, and none of it's in the correct order. It's just a mess.
It's like when you try to think about a specific situation, everything comes back, but it's all at once, kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So she'll probably just be trying to not focus on that then until she can get that sorted with Kasha sometime. So I think the best thing she could probably do right now is help around the estate more, see if anyone else needs to get more rubble taken out, or other people might be still trapped or something. We take more out of that cannon. I don't know.
All right. So offering some physical help where you can. All right. With Kali, basically something went down, but I'll let you do that in character. What is it you would like to be doing this morning as the session starts?
Well, Kali's obviously very ensconced within this new bizarrety, so she's going to attempt to seek out Akasha first. But Akasha's asleep.
Yeah, she's in a
That's
pretty deep sleep.
What I take it.
Yeah.
So with that, she's troubled by this fact. She definitely checks to like make sure Akasha's just like normally asleep. Like there's nothing indicating anything weird. Like taking a moment, maybe using detect magic even.
So
And like,
perusing.
oh wait, I don't have detect magic. Just looking around then.
Perusing the area. Obviously, you guys didn't have like private sleeping areas, at least.
Yeah.
Not for the foreseeable future. But there's a note, a parchment next to her, and it's in a handwriting that you don't recognize as hers. But it just says that she needs rest, and it has a little like hyphen afterwards with a K.
Okay. So that being the case, Kali would then try and see if the master architect has arrived yet.
No, he's still a couple days out because he's got to come down downriver.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a good ways inland. Basically, at Ter Shantar, if I remember right, is almost at the mouth of the river, of the Redwater River.
Then she'll just let everyone know she needs to talk to everyone as soon as we can, but that it's not like urgent this moment.
Okay.
But just when people get a chance, and she will find the other architects and go back and apprentice with them with what she was doing with the Wall of Stone stuff.
Okay. So cutting back to Rhiannon, you find Decius, and you're able to show him the note, and he nods, basically showing that he already understood this, but it is nice to know that there was some fraction of him, somehow, however small, that was still trying to be good in some fashion. He allows you to keep the paper.
Okay.
And he puts a firm hand on your shoulder and says that you know what must be done. We support you.
I'll give a weak smile then. No, I'll do what needs to be done.
He'll then put a little bit of a pep in his voice and say, well, be on with it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Should continue about it morning.
All right.
The cow thing can do later on.
All right. So, as Rhiannon is making it back to the estate and Celica's about to go out to help, along with Kali, you three bump into each other. Not like you did with Sa. It's nothing that abrupt and exposing. And grab this.
I am
Hang on.
curious.
There we go.
Very well.
Updated token.
Oh no.
Yeah, Rhiannon's been updated.
Dripping.
Yes, she has deceit with her.
Oh. And
Nice.
she's blue.
All right.
Zoom in. Enhance.
Enhance.
That's what I was doing.
I'll just link the model so you can actually see it better.
Yeah, the new metallic paints are really, really nice. It shows up super well now.
Glitter. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's very nice. All right, so the three of you bump into each other.
Oh. Morning or evening. What time is it?
It's morning.
It's
yeah,
morning.
Yeah.
Morning. Okay.
Kali stares.
No, it's just because
Just-
the light makes it look like it's evening.
Ebony, are you feeling
Yeah,
quite alright?
yeah.
Yes, the sunrise is very similar to the sunset.
but in the opposite direction. If the shadows are pointing west, it's sunrise. If the
Leave me
shadows point
alone.
east, it's sunset.
Celica doesn't say this. It's me. Blame me, not Celica.
Don't worry, we do that far more than necessary.
Yeah.
I am planning to meet up with your apprentice architects to work on them to extend and reinforce your walls this morning, but before I do so, were there any specific requests that you wanted conveyed to them?
She'll think for a moment. None that comes to mind. My biggest concern still and always will be Kyber's infiltration. But there doesn't seem
Well-
to be much else we can do for that.
I could easily lay a massive amount of stonework atop it, at both ends if you wish.
Well, if it's not too much trouble, we greatly appreciate it.
It will take time, but that is all it will take of my efforts. I don't suppose either of you have had anything strange occur this morning, or
Hmm.
perhaps even prior to this that you might have dismissed as simply coincidence or bizarre, but have you had any sort of information relayed to you in a cryptic manner, especially if it was conveyed along with something blue?
Yeah, we'll shake your head.
I don't
Not
think
so
so.
far yet.
Well, we can discuss it in further detail once Sa and Akasha can join us, but to put it bluntly, when I resummoned Zia, Zia did not appear as normal, and I have received what I believe to be further bits of the prophecy through Zia as a medium. This has not happened before, but it is said that the prophecy manifests to everyone in different ways, and it got me thinking whether or not perhaps it may have manifested to either of you in some way that you might not have immediately understood it to be such.
Still yet to resummon Cohen.
It
Maybe
could
the same
happen
effect that happened to him.
it could happen through that, or if there is something that you possibly look to for signs, whether it be the movement of the stars, dice, cards, whatever it may be.
She'll think quickly. She's not sure if the letter from someone will mean anything or the state of his room when she found it. But I guess she'll mention the letter regardless. Nothing so cryptically, but did find this. She'll present the note to Carly and Celica.
Kali will hold it so that Celica can read it at the same time.
Well,
All right then.
you're right to try to reach out to him, but the part that would have listened is no longer present.
A tragedy. That is what this is at its base.
He seems to be resting peacefully now, with the one he lost along the way. It's a fragment, like a shot of glass. The briefest of moments, I caught a glimpse of him in Cypria.
Perhaps
right.
that peace is all that we could hope for him.
Indeed. But if you want to, or if you're able to glean any cryptic clues from it, she'll point towards where he'd stay. Feel free to look around.
So Kali will try and concentrate on it and think about it after handing it over to Celica. Just remembering what it was that she had been told by Zia, and she'll sort of move a hand over her ring, and as she does so, she comes away with a parchment in her hand, almost like a magician's sleight of hand trick.
Mm-hmm.
And she holds this out to Rhiannon and says, "This is what Zia told me as I resummoned him. When he first appeared, he was blue, similar to the Kyber shape, and seemed to be almost transfixed as he said this to me. And then, once it was over, the summoning finished, Zia appeared normal and had no recollection of this whatsoever. I have my own conclusions I have drawn from this that I would like to bring up with everybody once we've had a chance, but in the meantime, it may be worth all of us reaching our own conclusions. And on the paper it says, a cruel summer brings false promises. Those who heed temptation will see desertion. The jewel now hosts no defenses. Their eyes no longer see corruption. Rubies gleam and sapphires shine. A shadow looms, yet unseen. It is 6 who watch 9. A distant dream shall be foreseen. War yet rages without pause. In dragon's blood is memory hidden. Sacrifices made in violent jaws. A power discovered and unforbidden. Listen now and understand cause. The lost shadow swallows all. From prisons bound they make their calls. Begin now the great fall. And a clarification that I should have asked, but I did not, Vex.
Mhm.
When Zia relayed this to Kali, was it in Common Draconic or Ancient Draconic?
When Zia said it to Kali, it would
Yes.
have been in Draconic.
Okay. And so Kali has written this in Common and says, this is the translation of what was said to me in Draconic, which is often how Zia and I speak to each other when we are alone.
I do enjoy the prophecy's sudden and strange appearances.
I think there are portions of this that seem quite apparent now, but there's certainly room for interpretation as well.
Always is. When she reads the jewel and posts no defense, she'll sort of shudder a little bit. She'll look towards Tierval and stuff. Especially no longer seeing corruption now that they've all had a bit of that everyone shard Kool-Aid. Who knows what this swimming about them all.
So it is about this time that I want to say about 4 or 5 people, we'll say 5 people, are carrying somebody from where the entrance had collapsed and had been partially fixed and rebuilt. They're rushing somebody who looks just like brutally injured. You can like they're dripping blood, and they're rushing him from the entrance and over to the triage area, which is close to the stables. So that would be over where this is. And
that Kali was working the entrance yesterday.
Yeah, it had been cleaned up. Like there was no rubble there. You had actually specifically stated that you were blasting away the rubble into smaller, manageable stuff. And yeah, so it's strange that this person is so badly injured. And the healers and doctors are immediately getting to work on this person.
Is it anyone we initially recognize, and is it a human?
From this distance, it's hard to tell if they're human or elf or whatever, but they are of that same look. They could be anything that ranges between human and elf.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's any. They wouldn't resemble a shifter. You don't see any shifter qualities. So as that's happening, 4 of the people stay, and the 5th person breaks off and immediately comes to Rhiannon, and he hands Rhiannon a blood-stained leather-bound book that has a paper kind of like, or a parchment shoved in it that also has some blood on it. And this person's out of breath, and they stammer with their words for a couple of seconds before looking back, and the people are over there calling for help. So rather than explain anything, they just kind of point their thumbs back and then run back to the triage area.
She'll follow.
I guess we'll go to.
All right. So cute.
I don't know where the triage area is.
This is close enough. It's roughly in
Okay.
this area. In this region somewhere of what's left.
Imagine there's a bunch of tents there.
Yeah, pretty much. Just along this area. This person is convulsing. For one.
Uh-oh.
And
Quick, stick a piece of leather in their teeth.
they are... It looks like covered in blood from head to toe. Their hair is matted to their face. It seems like they have bathed in it and were just pulled out of the tub. It's
Jesus.
incredibly strange.
So it's what Kali looked like yesterday.
Yeah, worse. Before I get to you guys having questions or trying to help, I want to jump back over to Sa.
Yes.
Selena was enjoying keeping you company, but she had heard the commotion, and she's essentially shaking Sa awake.
She's shaking?
Yeah. Get up, dummy.
I was about
Gotta
to
give her
say.
the old shake and wake.
Yeah. All right. My brain is freezing. Yes, I awake.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, just sit up. Hello. My eyes still closed.
I believe you could be of assistance. You know,
Just kind of grumble and roll out of bed.
out there's a woman covered in blood.
That wakes me up. All right. I get my stuff on, standard stuff.
Yeah.
Gun, talking sword, man-eating rug.
Sandcats.
Yeah. and we shall head out.
I like that you said we shall head out.
Yes.
An
Selena,
interesting question.
I mean,
Selena,
I don't
was
know
the
my way
rug-
around this place.
Was the rug actually where she left her, or had it creeped around a little bit?
Partially,
we'll get to what the rug was doing. Don't worry.
it's partially eating Sa slowly.
Yeah. Yeah. One toe at a time.
So Selena just goes with. She doesn't really say much. She does have a limp. But she obviously doesn't expect to be your backpack all day, every day.
Well, do I notice it?
I want to say yes, but the commotion has your attention more than anything else, because you can hear this thrashing as the doctors are working as fast as they can and shouting stuff kind of back and forth of what they need.
Okay, so it's kind of like I start noticing, but it's like hey, are you okay? And then it's start hearing stuff. It's like, oh,
Yeah, something takes
Distraction.
more important. Yeah.
yeah, let's do that.
All right. So as you guys are approaching, Sa is doing her fishy jog.
Slip, slop, slip, slop.
Yeah.
It's like running in wet sandals.
Yeah, gross.
But it's 9-foot woman
Yeah.
running in wet sandals.
So this is something strange to you as well. Like, you've never seen somebody literally they were pulled out of a tub of blood. And she's violently shaking. And if you could, before you, or as you heal, whatever heal you're going to use, do a medicine check as well.
I was about to say, shove a berry in there too.
I can assist with the medicine check. Better for assist. Let's look at it.
She's convulsing. Quick, make her eat things.
Yeah.
Here's
First
the
things
sensory
first.
bean.
Berry. Yeah, that's exactly. I treat them like sensu beans. All right.
We did see that one guy turn himself into a blood elemental and then a blood explosion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
maybe-
You haven't seen somebody pulled out of a tub of blood, though. You've
Yeah,
definitely
you
seen
don't-
somebody just become blood.
Yeah.
A medicine check
Yes, please. With advantage.
Isn't it-
Rhiannon's aiding.
with advantage. Okay. 18.
All right, 18 total?
19 plus 1.
Okay. So, the thing that stands out odd to you, not so much the blood, but there's
Yeah, I've
these
seen tons of blood.
there's these small fragments of glass that litter the blood, and they're kind of glinting and shimmering and somewhat distracting. What heal are you going to use?
Well, I mean, normally you want to identify exactly what's going on before you try to heal somebody.
She's a glass cannon.
Yeah.
Boo.
I could do
Well, I didn't know if you were going to use a magic heal. That's what I was asking.
Well, I mean, I could do the spirit, which will stay in the space and continuously heal them.
Okay. Is that what you're going to do?
Why are you making me?
I'm just making sure before I give any description.
I mean, I would like to examine them further, but if they're about to die, then yes, I will try to heal them.
Yes, they are dying currently.
Yeah, so
Go
healing
ahead, pull the
spirit.
glass out with a strength check. It'll be fine. You
Yeah.
can trust Vex on
You
that.
can pull the small, the smallest looking shard out that you see, and it's like 5 inches long.
I can do it. I've got the strength.
So, it lasts for a minute, and whenever you or a creature you can see moves into the spirit space for the first time, on a turn or starts its turn there, the spirit restores 1d6 hit points.
Okay.
Damn. Everyone gets this, does it?
So
If you stand in the 5-foot area of it.
so what is this spirit?
It is a nature spirit. So, let's make it. One second, I'm Googling.
Clownfish.
I was about to say, let's do, darn it. Is there like a, what's the name? Ah!
As long as it's not a manta ray, I'll be happy and fine. I won't cry.
Oh, you ruined it. Because they give the best hugs.
Big man.
Yeah, I don't know, especially because this is like a fantasy setting. You have it.
Okay.
Or just roll a dice on like the animal spiritual chart for aquatic animals.
Pull back the shark that tried to kill you in the ocean one time.
So a sea
Yeah.
cucumber shows up.
Oh my gosh. Not that.
Nope, it's a sea cucumber.
Oh, okay. It's like a little slime. That's fine.
Yep. And it just kind of gyrates and does its weird extendy thing and begins to heal. The people nearby are disturbed, but they do not question the effectiveness of the spiritual sea cucumber.
Yes.
They
It
don't
is
even know what it is.
intangible, by the way. So, and it has a transparent look.
Oh yeah, of course. It's a spirit.
Yes. So it's just like, yeah, it's like literally a see-through blue pickle.
So her wounds are closing all over, and as that's happening, the sound of little tiny shards of glass pitter patter on the paveway. We're talking minuscule. It's almost like drops of rain hitting the ground.
Oh.
And you lean down to inspect them, but are, I guess, cautious that you don't want to touch them. You're not sure how she got embedded with them. Meanwhile, Rhiannon, you're dealing also with this, blood-soaked book.
I have to interrupt. I'm so sorry. This is it. It's called a sea bunny.
Okay, I can't look yet because I'm having notes
Okay.
kept up.
It's a sea slug, just letting you know.
Okay. The healing is working and she stops convulsing, and instead she falls into unconsciousness. Even while getting healed, it seems like she is utterly exhausted, but also malnourished. It looks like she may have gone a few days without water.
Oh, well, I got that. I just wring out my hair in her face. No, I'm joking.
You said you're not wet. Stop
No.
it. You can't have it both ways, Saw.
Oh my
I
god.
do have create water.
Essence of Star.
Yeah.
So, before the three of you, that's Kali, Rhiannon, and Celica, are able to respond, Akasha walks by, and she steps down to the triage area, and she holds a hand out, and she also uses I don't remember if it's healing word or touch. Let me just double check her sheet.
Healing word is what she uses the most.
That's what I had thought.
But I think she has cure wounds.
Yeah, let me.
Healing word just got used a lot because it's a bonus action.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Shoot, I have Saz and Rhiannon's sheet open, but I don't have. Here.
Like if you don't need the action economy, cure wounds does more healing.
Yeah, I just don't know her limit on her spells, so I just want to be sure that I'm not overspending.
What is that?
Goodness gracious, yeah, so many. Yeah, no, it'd be cure wounds. Alright. So she begins to restore some lost health magically as well. And she looks over to Sa, and in an unfamiliar voice, she says, "Do not touch this glass. It is not safe." And it is not her voice, like it's not a female voice or any. It's a male voice that comes out. She looks.
That will give like a weird look, but like she lived in those Lazar principalities, so you do you.
She looks. Of course, the medical staff here is very confused as well. She looks back towards Kali and says, "You will be familiar most with this. You are made of it. You can touch it safe."
So, at that, Kali is going to move down and pick up one of the pieces just between two claws to, I'm assuming, find it is a sliver of Eberron shard.
It is. And
Ooh.
it was essentially worming its way out of her skin.
Ew.
Yes.
So
Oh,
then,
is it like the splinter thing?
Yeah.
So then what is happening is they are being infused with it, and then the crystals wish to reform. And they do not wish to exist inside of a host.
So
Kali's going to start gathering up these little pieces into a small satchel or a pouch or something.
So as you're doing that, now that this person is fully stable, Akasha is going to prestidigitate the pieces that you're basically sweeping up so they're not covered in blood. That way you're just getting only this essentially dust, this Eberron dust.
But these have like reformed into little slivers, right?
Yes, but they're very small.
Yeah.
But
our assumption is they started as like powder or dust, but now they've become
yes,
slivers and shards.
Exactly. So all this kind of happening within 30 seconds or so. What is Celica doing first?
I'm wondering why the hell Wakasha's talking in a different voice at the moment. Who are you? What happened to Akasha?
All right, and Rhiannon.
Guess she'll help get everyone more water. She's still got exhaustion too, so there's not much she can actually physically do.
Yeah.
Administer it, I guess.
All right, so
Holly's also going to. Sorry,
she can help with give advantage on medicine checks for all the new people coming in. She can do that, I suppose, but not much else. Prestidigitate, etc., etc.
All right, so you're able to help give water and cleanse away the blood that is covering this woman. She is an elf, and she specifically looks like she is a Velnaran elf. She has that deeper tan to her. She's not breathing ragged or anything. It's just slow breathing now. It looks like she most likely won't be awake for at least, an entire day, maybe two.
Yeah, no worries.
You, in the prestidigitation, the cleaning of stuff, you remember that you're still holding this book with the parchment stuffed in it.
Yeah. Prestidigitate the book and check out the parchment.
All right. So, you guys might remember the story that was told, but the viewers have no clue of the story that was told of our part of our interlude session. So, the best thing for me to do will be to just kind of gloss over it because you guys know this one already. Essentially, this is Fior's old journal, or just an empty parchment. An empty journal that once was empty. In it is a parchment that's written in Elven. And this part's important to read. It is, I have seen it, the coming of the end. It rags my mind every time I try to find peace. A shadow lurking at the edge of my vision at first. Sometimes I see streaks of red. It made contact eventually. A twitching figure of a man with a vibrant red face. It spoke no words. It only watched me as I meditated. It approached, and I found myself unable to retreat or rouse into normality. It pulled a strand of my hair, I think, or so it felt like it. Dalcor littered the sky, suddenly large chunks of the long-gone moon. It had to be, for I could see others in this vision. Darkness swept the land, and then a flash of brilliance. Suddenly the sky was clear, save for the sun being eclipsed by a moon. Dalcor was gone. The light raced across the vast landscape before me. Nature thrived and wild flourished. Buildings were overgrown in an instant. Animals doubled in size. It was magnificent. But with the brighter light came darker shadows. I felt things watching. Things once lost to time and memory now grew hidden in the shadow. I fear this was no dream. When I came to, I was in a sweat and trembling. I fear this is the truth of what is to come, and this red-faced shadow is but a precursor, or a warning, or a harbinger of what is to come. In the journal is several entries that get progressively worse, being told by Lamina. Lamina is the elf that we had met from that interlude in the dungeon under the main keep in Tervalistaz. And Fior was the elf that was with her that got killed. In it, she essentially swears that she will get to her godchild, which is Fior's child, and she professes her love to him. But she also details this kind of downward spiral into becoming more and more crazed, as red specks essentially begin to form on their skin. They begin to lose chunks of time they have little memory of, and then they confess to killing somebody that they were fleeing the dungeon with, and that essentially it felt good. And the final entry is covered with bloody handprints, and it says there's small fragments of kyber shards littering the page, and it says Yab lisp het dolab morf het drash evig tifile trun ot stud. And it's written diagonally and smeared all over kind of this last entry into the journal.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. So, what is
Random wouldn't. She wouldn't read that aloud, not with everyone.
Okay.
Standing about. That would kind of freak everyone. She'll look to Kali, Selika, and Akasha. Say, once we're done here, meet me in the war room.
Okay.
Go
I will
up.
need 20 minutes to work with the apprentice architects, and then I can meet you.
I'm not ahead of that.
Do we have
Is
all
it
of
more
the?
urgent than that?
Could be. Could not be.
It is your decision. It is your estate being fortified.
Meet them and then meet us. And give
Very
me some
well.
time to look over it a couple more times.
And telepathically to Akasha, Kali just sends one word, which is Ka?
She nods.
Okay. Then the only other thing Kali will say is, thank you for before.
She stands up from kind of hunching over the ground with picking up the shards with you, and says, anytime.
So is Akasha's like whole body language, like just the way they stand and move, everything's different as well?
I wouldn't say it's that drastically different, but there are
Okay.
noticeable differences to you guys and how they're holding themselves. But I don't think like the random passerby would notice the difference now.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
So
20
Kali
minutes,
will Kali will finish gathering up all the shards, and then she's gonna go find the architects and help
Okay.
with 200 odd, well, technically 2,000 something square feet worth of walls,
Yeah. So
and then come back.
yeah, mostly going to be reinforcing that front gate further. That's the biggest chunk of damage, and it's multiple layers of stone that's being reinforced and everything. And then from there, you're able to kind of extend further out. In that small gap of time, is there anything anybody wanted to do, or do we want to go ahead and go to meeting up in the war room?
In that interim, Rand wants to bring back Cohen, see if the same thing happens to him like it did Zia.
Okay. No, Cohen comes back completely normal.
That's good. And she also want to send Kale another message, just reassure him, she's still thinking about him. She's putting together how they're going to come find him. I think she'll want to keep that ongoing once per day thing, just to keep his spirits high. So what I'll do is
You're saying using sending to the actual Kale?
Yeah.
The only thing that he's able to send back is pain. Whimpering in pain.
But yeah, she'll do that once a day, just at least keep in touch with him, even if he can't say much.
Okay. Sad. All right.
So
Celica?
I'll keep one spell third level slot used just to make it easy.
Okay. Celica, is there anything you want to do in this 20-minute time span?
Well, I guess I would continue with what I was going to do before. I'll just be to decide. You got to explain how you're talking in a different voice after all this, Akasha.
All right. So when Akasha's breaking away from this situation, Celica's awkward self. So, you sick? Is that how you break the ice?
I guess, if that's what you're making me say.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you break the ice here? How do you bring this up?
They teach you in different languages and voices in Bard College? I don't know.
They did teach these things to her, yes.
Now, out of character, would Celica know about Clash Star having two souls kind of deal and all that stuff?
She knows that they're not the same, like probably not down to it being multiple souls, but definitely like they're rumored to have like different personalities or something.
Okay. I just want to be sure that you're not possessed by like a evil spirit that's going to try and kill us or something, or you're just speaking in a different voice.
No, I am not an evil spirit who is here to kill you.
Okay.
But yes, I do possess her.
Oh, in a... I don't know if you could say a good or bad way with possession. Is that normal?
For
Should we work?
the Kaleshtar, yes. For her family, yes. I have been passed on from mother to daughter, or sometimes grandmother to grandchild.
Okay. She's alright then.
Relatively speaking, yes. I do believe her mind could not handle what happened yesterday, and it needs a rest. But there are things that need to be done. I sense great danger here. A darkness from where I am from seems to stench the air.
Huh. Alright. Well. I can kind of understand having to take a break. Glad one of us can have a mind break. This is just a weird conversation. I don't know how to properly explain or talk about this stuff. I'm just glad she's doing okay, I guess. Do I have to call you Akasha still, or do I call you by a different name?
You can call me Kadir. You okay, buddy?
My goodness, is he okay?
Yeah. Drink some water, kiddo. Khadir, Kadir.
Kadir. All right. Kadir. Got it. Okay. Well. All right then. I'll call you Kadir from now on. I was going to go help some other people, so I'll just leave you to what you will be doing, and I'll catch you at the meeting, I guess.
Kasha nods.
Cool.
Walks off.
All right.
Oh, and I think just before I forget, Rihanna would have also grabbed family members or other important people for this.
Okay. All right, to the war room. Oops. Oops. That didn't work as planned. Neither did that. There we go.
It's all gone wrong.
All right, so around half an hour passes by the time everybody's organized and here. Which family members are you bringing here, Rhiannon?
I think I'm disconnecting.
No.
What? Was it me, or
No?
did Tailspider just sputter out a bit?
I don't think it sputtered out. I teleported the tokens.
Yeah. So I got like a disconnect warning.
Oh, okay. Well, then
Yeah.
maybe you did have an issue.
Okay, well,
Goodbye, Salico.
I think
I am in the
honestly,
table. There you go.
Decius, Mother Dearest, and seeing as he's going to be helping us take Tiavalostas, I suppose the demon as well.
Oh, that's who I meant to make a token for. Dang it.
Next up.
Yep.
You got so caught up in Talinor.
Yeah. All right, so Decius, Celine, and let's see.
Big D.
Is it Celine
Yes.
with an S or a C?
C.
C. Cool. Decius, Celine, and
The demon.
I'm sure Anna has lots of questions for her mom, like, where the hell did you learn to do half that stuff when you're finding someone? Why didn't you ever tell us you're super badass? Oh.
What, you think your father married me for my looks?
Yeah. Told us it was arranged. Like how the gems are glowing. That's pretty cool. It's a barbarian skins with
Yes.
it.
Get to the chopper.
Stick around.
they took a lot of collateral damage.
All right. So, wait, where the heck did Celine go? Oh, she's right there. All right, taking your place at the head of the war room table. I also need to make Selena's token.
I guess you could do a special one where she actually shares the same model space as Sarah as a backpack. Since you can have more than one character now.
I can be your backpack while you run. All right. So I guess Rhiannon should take it away as to what we're going to be discussing here at the war room table.
Mm-hmm. So she'll thank everyone for coming in so quickly and on short notice. And she'll push forward the tome on the table. And she'll say, whatever the Talnors are doing in Tir Valstas, it grows far worse than I could have imagined. And she'll sort of give like a too long didn't read Sparks notes to everyone. If they want to read it, as she talks on, she'll cite it along to them. But essentially, she'll explain whatever the Talnors are doing by poisoning the water, the effects are becoming severely physical. It seems in this case, someone completely lost their mind. And we just had someone literally sweating Eberron shards. And who knows what kind of mental state they'll be in when they wake up. She'll look to the demon and ask him when he was paid by the Talnors. Was he in Tir Valstas at the time for it, or was it done like away from there? If he knows anything more recent about the inner workings of the city.
He'll say that, yes, they were stationed outside of Tir Valstas. They briefly went into the city and did experience basically people that seemed in the throes of, strong drug addiction by a large amount. He says it reminds him. It reminded him more of Lower Sharn as far as the, I guess, quality of life that the average person showed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And did he or his men ever drink the water from the city?
No, because he has mage rights with him to conjure fresh water and everything. Essentially, so that way they don't have to bring tons of supplies and whatnot. But also because, he's had to deal with several assassination attempts and things like that. So he tries to keep a strong control over what goes on for him and his company. He did sit down to dinner with the Talonors to go over the plans and everything. He remembers that. But as far as things went for him and Summer was never there. He had already basically gotten back here to the estate at that point in time. And it was more you go to ensure that Summer doesn't mess this all up.
When you were in Tir Valstas, how long ago was it and how many people were still in the city?
If he had to guess, it was still a sizable amount, but the streets were noticeably more bare. It seems as if maybe a quarter of the population had made an exodus out of the city. And out of the population that was there, a good half of them were not doing good.
So we can expect to have many, many more who are likely in a similar state as the one outside.
He shrugs. He didn't see anybody that bad off. It just seemed more like they were on some sort of hallucinogenic.
Yeah. I guess we'll never know until we go back there.
He does add that the ones that were fine were completely fine. They kind of operated as if nothing was going on, as if nothing strange was happening.
My concern for what is going on based on what we've just seen is that we had yet to really come up with a reason why they were doing this. Other than the fact that they had employed somebody who knew how to reconstitute Eberron shards, our first inclination was perhaps they thought that by filtering the dust through, that there was some way that they could form it into large shards, but I think this led our thoughts astray. The primary use that most have for Eberron shards, as we saw in Sharn, is that they have a broad affinity for magic, so it is possible to use them as a source of energy for many things. I fear that perhaps they may have some way, some ritual, some conduit, some spell, something that they are using so that if we do try to deal with them, they could tap into the people's lives who have been infected by this as a form of power and a source of.
So, like spies or something?
No, by using them as batteries. Likely killing them in the process.
Kadir nods.
Okay. Free spell slots.
Kadir nods and says, they are essentially creating living dragon shards.
Mm-hmm. Would Kadir...
Flashbacks to Dagar. God.
Yeah. Aside from Dagar, would Kadir know if this sort of thing has been attempted before? Would he remember that far back down generations?
By the Adrian and Sarlona, the people Akasha's family fled from, they attempted similar things. Cruel things. Ways of augmenting magic. And in the end, they realized that it, even for their standards, was too great a cost, that psionic ability was still far stronger, a way to use a person for special ability.
And the
The
people who've
crux
been...
of their plan may have even been formed based on the highly publicized tale of what happened to Dagar.
No. Perhaps whoever gave the Talonors its directive were the same people who bestowed Dagar his holy mission.
It is critical that we find out how they plan to tap into this power, if this supposition is correct, because obviously, if it requires some form of connection from the beginning, then we do not have to worry so much. And if we can find a way to break this connection, then we will sever their extra power. But if it is simply something that affects anyone who has Eberron shards as part of their being, then I have no idea if me going there could be catastrophic.
She'll ask Kadir again. Was there a range on how the infected people could be used.
They were not infected, but an entire city died in the creation of a perfect stone.
Big stone.
It in turn corrupted its wielder. It created a powerful and terrible wielder. And it was centuries before he was ultimately destroyed by the stone he created.
Oh. And we have no small task in front of us. On top of retaking Tiavala stars.
Just to clarify, is he talking about something that's happening now or something that happened in the past?
Something that happened in
In
the
the past.
past in Staralona, a different continent.
Okay.
He's referring to the Redrians. Or at least a Redrian.
Hmm. So she'll look to the demon. Well, it seems then we can't simply walk through the front door. Because then they could call upon the infected. Do who knows what with.
Oh.
No, but you can knock at the front door. You can make it seem like that's where you want to go. You never truly enter through the front door anyways.
Indeed. Hmm.
Now, I've heard that the river has been blockaded and that the docks are heavily guarded. But if we were to do something about Tirvalastas directly, we would need water access, land access, and if at all possible, access via air.
She'll
And
nod at that.
Gundams.
Lots and lots of Gundams.
I need Gundams. Lots of
No,
Gundams.
it's just like, oh, I miss the ocean.
Rhiannon, have you tried to contact Torin?
Not as yet.
How
I
were
was
they?
going to.
What were they chasing Torin in? I was not aware that Tervalastas had its own airships.
It did have an airship port.
Yeah.
It was just hardly used.
Yep, that's the campaign started there.
Yeah.
She'll try get a hold of Torin if he's not still in the Mournland, trying to lose him.
Ah! No.
We're dying.
Gets
Is that a rust monster?
gets speeding cameraed in the Mournland, some leftover can of things to stop people from sending and driving.
All right, so you still have uses of sending left, right?
Yeah.
All right. What's the message you send him?
Have you eluded them? Where are you? How are you doing?
How's the family?
Unsure. Bad. Don't know. Ship broke.
Oh. I guess you said broke where?
You're not gonna believe this.
Well, for fuck.
Metro.
Kelly told me.
I'm looking at a massive Warforged.
Oh shit, he found one of the Colossuses!
We assumed it to be inactive. And it swatted us out of the sky like you smack a mosquito in the summer.
Oof.
So we We're not doing great.
She sort of jokingly say, "Do try to convince him to come over here." Fuck it. What have you got to lose?
So
Could always use
funny you say that.
use a big metal man.
Funny you say that. Me and Dagger tried to talk her out of it, but Hilt is somewhere on it. We haven't heard from her in several hours.
Must be having a deep conversation.
Or dead.
Well, or dead. But what have you got to lose? You're in the one land.
Again. But at
We'll be
least
waiting
there
to
haven't
see
been
you.
any undead this time around.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Don't jinx it. But we'll be waiting here, watching for a giant metal man and 3 Lyranders on shoulder emerge from one land.
Yeah, okay. And then the
Good luck.
sending spell ends.
Good
You
luck.
know, I don't know if it's more. I think it's a lot more baller to roll around the countryside in a Warforged Colossus than an airskiff.
Yeah.
Boom,
be super
boom,
cool.
boom. Oh shit! Here goes the sky
Here
fire.
comes the big show. Yeah, that'd be super badass. Well, we have no air support. So that leaves land and sea. That's
Well-
what's traditional.
Torin is not the only one you know with an airship either.
No, but
You are
The
in
rest-
charge of your estate. I'm sure that with some of the abilities we have, we could negotiate something with your other friend.
Hmm.
And Kali sort of
Okay.
gestures out at the giant fucking perimeter wall that now exists at the front.
We need
I
to...
mean, what was the travel time here from Dargoon to here was about a week, wasn't it?
Yeah, right about.
Yeah. So from Sharn, using normal, in production, not prototype super fast airships would be what?
Well, the prototype
far.
got here in like 3 or 4 days.
Perfect. But the storm slowed us down.
Yeah, but it really only got here that fast because of the whole freaking elemental storm. which will probably
Exactly.
stop
It
any other
drove it.
ship from
Exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, no, it would take at least. I think from Sharn to there is a 2-week flight.
Hmm.
But they didn't just abandon us out here. They're around somewhere. Like, even if they headed back, they'd only have gotten a day or 2 back by this point. It hasn't been that long.
No, it was Torin that dropped us off here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
they
he's-
the big part of the journey brought us over here, and then since then, everything since Egith has happened in like 3 days. So they'd only be like halfway back if they were going back, right?
What?
Hasn't it only been like 3 days?
Yeah, this is the 3rd day, but they were getting chased yesterday.
Yeah, now
into
they
the
crashed into
Mournland,
Mournland.
and then they crashed.
Yeah,
in Mournland.
Torin in the air skiff, right?
No,
Airship.
no.
No, in the prototype airship.
Okay, airship. My
Yeah.
bad.
Mhm.
So where's the air skiff then?
It's back in Fort Sire.
Okay,
It was going back and forth between Fort Sire and Kenrun.
Yeah,
my bad. I got confused.
Yeah, we would have brought it here otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, could we put it on top of the deck and all that sort of stuff? Will
Yeah.
take up sufficient space, etc., etc.
Give us a minute. We need to go on break to get Jack settled down for the night.
All right.
All right.
Right back.
So
We live. For a second there, Callie was just wings.
That's okay.
All right.
So all that matters.
So,
I'm gonna have to make a new token with wings.
well, true that. So we're discussing the multitude of issues that we're currently facing. Realistically, at this present point in time, our only method of getting to Tervalastas is on foot. So we need to figure out the logistics of all of that. However, the staff are rushing past the war room, and one of them stops kind of like mid-run. He like almost Kramers his way in. He grabs the door the door handle. The door frame.
Door jam?
The door frame. And like stops, looks back in, and is immediately, Lady Rhiannon, it's KL. We need your assistance.
Oh, no. So, take off running as far as your exhausted legs can take.
All right. Yes, nice and exhausted.
Let's move, people.
Selena hops on Saw's back. Follow that Rhiannon.
I'm going to move your token out here for just a second before we move up to where
Did you
were able to
request we all
establish.
stay behind?
I think
No,
it was
shouldn't
more
say
a just
anything.
run out situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, double doors. Dang it.
I believe we shall return then. Callie will follow.
Triple doors. Oh my goodness, infinite doors, guys.
Yeah, we've done it. We've
Oh,
done it. We've
okay,
perfected the infinite.
It was 4 doors. New band,
Oh,
4
no,
doors
that
down.
means-
4 doors.
That means it's been doubling. That means next time there's going to be 8.
We're not going to be able to load
16.
Tailspire.
An infinite number.
Give it 5 sessions before Tailspire cannot open.
4
Now,
doors
how do-
7 knobs ago.
How do we harvest free energy from all these free doors?
Yeah. Forget Bitcoin.
It's simple. We burn them.
All right.
Door coin.
It would probably help if I actually grabbed Kale. Here we go. There we go.
So is Kala the only other one who followed?
I'm pretty sure everyone followed. I said I did. Unless
Yeah.
I didn't come out.
I'll go. I'm just like
Don't hurt
staring
yourself.
at the map, looking at the waterways, being like, nostalgia.
KL is thrashing against 7 people. Cramped up in this little room. They are trying to hold him down on the bed. He is hissing and spewing wildly as far as words. That it's described that way because the stream that is coming out of his mouth is not of any single intelligible language. It is probably a dozen languages, all spewing forth at once. That none of it makes sense. I think the maximum amount of languages somebody speaks in the party is like 4. And that wouldn't be enough to put together what he's saying, shouting, screaming, hissing, whispering.
I speak 5 languages, but yes,
He-
I get what you're saying.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Actually, GM.
I know every language.
I thought your only language was bite.
Actually.
Jeez,
I know
that's a
5
one
languages,
inspiration
actually.
point minus.
Oh,
All right,
goddamn.
Stop thoughts.
he sees
Man.
Rhiannon enter, and the frenzy begins anew. He
Do you perhaps have the sleep spell?
bucks hard before we get to the sleep spell. He bucks hard, sending 3 people flying back.
Okay.
And when he does so,
Kali takes a
it's-
step away.
he does so, his arm is unnaturally long. It's his left arm, and it's kind of grayish and pale. You've seen it before. You've seen doppelgangers in their natural form. So you see that, and then it reverts back to Kale's, but not before going like between 2 or 3 different phases. Then yes, if you want to try to wrangle him with some magical aid, I'm sure that the staff there would be greatly appreciative of it.
I cast first. Knock him out.
I don't have sleep prepared. So who has?
Rip.
Saw, do you happen to have sleep? Because
I can very well cast sleep, but not the magical kind.
They're
I
asking
can
about
explode his brain, and that's about it.
Does Akasha have sleep?
I'm checking now. There we go. She'll just do fly.
I could also like lock him into a stone cage.
Yeah, no, I don't have sleep. I do have like calm, or no, it wasn't calm. It was charm.
That's very
Actually,
different.
Yeah.
legitimately speaking, I could, because these are like stone and plaster walls, right? It's like wood floors, but there's stone and plaster between the beams, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I could cast
use-
hold person.
That would also work. I could use
Yeah,
stone
she has
shape
it as
and make
well.
like Full Metal Alchemist style, like rock arms come out and grab him.
The thing is,
Hang on.
Is a doppelganger a person or a creature? Mechanically, I mean.
How dare you?
A changeling is a is a
The
person.
human asks.
I'm not being racist. I'm being mechanically inclined.
It's a humanoid.
Yes, it is a humanoid.
Okay.
So,
I think you should try that and Kali can stone shape if necessary.
well,
Just don't shape
Akasha
a tomb.
/ Kadir
Okay.
is there. There's something I haven't been able to do this entire campaign since Akasha's joined, and I just remembered it looking over her notes.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
When possessing Akasha's body, he not only has access to her spells, but any spells that he's learned along the way.
Oh.
She is not treated at her level, she's treated at his level. This wasn't
God.
expressed in dream version because it's different with dreams and memories. But you had this centuries old spirit who is capable of some amazing things. He does have a sleep spell ability. Specifically, it's an ability. So he walks past Kali and Sa, and he's walking in as Rhiannon is preparing to do, whatever. As these 3 people are knocked back. And he speaks in a way that his voice carries unnaturally through the room and kind of echoes into the hall. And it's a language that is not familiar to any of you. It's maybe passingly familiar now that you've talked to Akasha some, but it's Quarry. He speaks this language, and Doppel KL struggles for a few seconds more before falling into a deep slumber. I'm talking like within seconds he's snoring loudly, kind of thing.
It's like
Yeah,
midway
mine
through a
is with
shout.
What's that?
He's like midway through a shout and just passes out.
Yes. Ah!
I could do with some of that.
Well done.
Kadir nods, and the staff looks between Rhiannon and Kale, basically seeing if they're okay to get out of there and lick their wounds some.
Yeah, she'll just nod her approval for them.
All right. We have 2 people that remain behind outside, so be the watchers they're supposed to be. But other than that, it's just the party. Selena's still downstairs with Barrick and Celine.
With Barrick?
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, the demon.
Yes.
My heart.
Barrick's back.
No.
I'm so used
his
to
ghost.
saying Barrick still.
Yeah,
Oh.
the wound is still so fresh.
Yeah, there's only one way to fix that. We have to bring him back. So then he has a reason to say the name.
The
You just
DM
ripped
said his
open the-
name. He's back.
You ripped open that scab.
So Kadir then says, I do have the Emerald Dream Song. And he gestures to Akasha's flute, the emerald flute. I can delve into his mind while he sleeps.
Is it safe to do the doppelganger and how they form memories from who they are posing as?
It is no less safe than it was with Akasha and you.
Hmm.
That
Do
does
we-
not fill me with terrible confidence.
Nor me, but he is
But
not who we need him to be.
No. Sugar, no, he isn't.
How can the rest of us assist you with this?
You, Kali, can join me. You have been with my real spirit, and that will make it safer and easier for you to find me in his nightmares and dreams. As for the rest of you, I would like you to see what you can figure out about the waters.
Best of luck.
So he nods and waits for Kali, obviously waits for the rest of you to skedaddle on out of there.
She's going to look to the others and say, Rhiannon, please share with Sa the parchment I gave you earlier. See what you can come up with. If
I will.
anything.
Don't get lost in there.
And
I certainly hope not.
Celica, are you okay figuring out the river issue with the party? Or with what's left, or do you want to stay in and help guard?
I don't know if I would be any help with the water issue or not.
Water.
We can do another shade airdrop.
So, well, the issue right now is that Rhiannon's on fumes. She has disadvantage on basically anything she's doing still.
Okay.
she's exhaustion too. So, if you're there and you can make some of the same kind of checks, she can at least give you advantage on those checks. Otherwise, it'll be, her, Kali, and Sa trying to figure it out, and then at least one other member. Sorry, not Kali. Her and Sa figuring it out while we have somebody stronger guarding the door than just these two Enlaeus family guards.
Sorry, I missed some of that. Who are we leaving behind?
So let me, Kali, get in there. Kali and Akasha, will be with Doppelkael.
Right.
Rhiannon and Sa are going to meet with Celine and the demon to maybe try and figure out a solution to retaking the water, perhaps, so that way we have a safe water route in. And you guys do know a secret passage into Tervalestas.
Right.
But it's obviously it was not enough to get any sizable force, but it's enough to infiltrate the keep. Anyways, you could help with that because Rhiannon is exhausted level 2, or you could remain here and guard them in case there's some other outbreak that Doppelkale does, at least we would have a strong member of the party up here. So it's up to you which you think you would be most helpful with or would rather do.
Yeah. Because I know that exhaustion can kick people's ass if you get enough of it.
Yeah.
Um,
And you do also know that Sa has a history as a pirate, so, you know.
And Zia also pops out of invisibility and says, I'll also be here, and I can warn you if something goes down, if you're just gonna be like downstairs or something. But if y'all gotta leave,
How about this? We'll be downstairs. If we need to leave, we'll decide something then, and we'll let you know.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I can help with the river things, considering
Okay.
that I seem to be the only person that doesn't have exhaustion, and I only need to sleep like 4 hours. So
Yeah.
Okay, I'll help.
Okay. So I'm going to close all 4 of these doors.
Extra safe. Nothing's busting out of there.
This is actually a design of the house. It has so many doors you can't get through more.
break down the door. I already did. It's still there. Break it down again. I'm
Can you
trying.
Can you imagine if they were filming The Shining up here and Jack Nicholson had to break down 4 simultaneous doors?
That would
Here's
certainly
not
make
that-
it several levels more creepy than it actually was.
Like while you're starting on the first one, the people inside are just like, "Do you hear something?" Nah.
After the first one, I'm like, no, it's not worth killing them anymore. I'm out of here. Just gonna go drink my ghost buddies.
All right, let's Whoa, Akasha. All right, there we go. All right. So Kadir is going to play a melody on the flute, and it fills you with this calmness, Kali, that you probably haven't felt since passing out drunk back in Kabara. It's just
Probably.
blacking out and waking up the next day. Yeah, sure, with a hangover, but none the wiser to any sort of danger. He slows the melody for a moment and pulls away from the flute and says, you may want to prop yourself up against something so that way you don't bang your head whenever you pass out.
Kalia nods and she moves over to this corner over here.
Okay.
Blop. And so it sits down, leaning back against the corner.
So, doing
Zia's
that...
busy like looking at the lock of the door and like checking it
Okay.
and seeing how it locks. Not keeping it locked, but just understanding how it does so you can either lock it or unlock it quickly, whatever happens.
Okay, it's a simple lock. It's a simple metal lock.
Okay.
So you do that, and then Kadir, as Akasha, lays his head down in your lap. And
Okay.
it says, I don't want to be
Kali-
awkward. It's just...
Kali looks down and she's like, well, at least if anyone comes in, they'll probably just leave instead of interrupting us.
he gives a small chuckle and says, I'd rather be comfortable for Akasha while we get some rest.
So you're saying that Akasha would be comfortable in my lap? I see. No!
All right. You keep this up, there's going to be trouble. And he immediately goes to the flute.
All right.
With a sly wink as he begins to play. And sleep quickly begins to take you.
Is he facing outwards or inwards?
Upwards.
Obviously inwards.
Upwards.
Obviously downwards. No, downwards.
If he's sleeping downwards, I wonder what flute he's playing.
Exactly.
Yeah. I saw that. I found that artist's page, Seb. I know he's playing the flute.
Look, dragons can change how they look and how they
It's not
are
a flute,
whenever
it's
they
more-
want.
It's more trumpet than flute, but yeah.
Well, anyways, let's go to the rest of the party. As I lower the green floor down.
Floor.
All right. So
We got thrown in the Marvel movie green screen.
you you all hear the flute begin to play as you walk away, and it doesn't seem to have any effect on you, which is good, because otherwise this would be a Jigglypuff session.
You know, guys, I don't know if I can help out anymore. I feel tired.
Yeah. Selena and Celine are talking kind of quickly back and forth. That's who I was thinking. It was not Barrick, it was Decius. As Decius and the demon are sizing each other up when you guys walk in.
They're like chin to chin almost.
Kind of. Like, you can see the challenge there in Decius's eyes. And it's not like a play one. It's like, I believe I could take him and get revenge for Barrick, kind of thing. You've seen that light before.
He doesn't believe in vengeance?
What's that?
Didn't Decius say last that she doesn't believe in revenge or revengeance or anything?
No, exactly. But you see that light there, and you've only seen it a very few times before, and that was, when you were much younger, and he was fighting alongside your dad in the last war. So Rhiannon gets to see that even though he says, it's not the way to go, it torments him. He's not immune to it. But
do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah. But he's obviously, he's not going to act on it. That's not Decius.
Yeah.
But it's a trying time for him. And so it's kind of surprising when you walk in and see that. And the demon is nonplussed about it. Selena and Celine stop their conversation as you walk in, and Celine asks if KL is doing okay.
She'll shrug tiredly. Well, as far as he can be, what I say. Carly and Akasha are with him now, so I have full confidence in whatever they're gonna do will help him.
She nods. And she kind of subconsciously, she rests her right hand along the side of her dress, and it reveals that there's several daggers there, and she like quickly, when she sees you notice, she quickly like acts like she's fixing her dress and exhales somewhat audibly.
Yeah.
Selena,
out of character, super wants to ask her about that, but
yeah. Selena says, "So, I've been looking at the maps, and it seems we can't do much without the water. As the demon here has described, Tevalastas is taken more by the desert each day. So, if we go only by land, we'll be stuck fighting a losing battle for resources."
no doubt. She'll look to Decius and just ask him, when we sent word out, did any of the desert tribes so much as acknowledge it? Have you heard anything from them?
I've heard from one of them. It seems that the Talonors are very wide-seeking in their plans. They've subverted the tribes against each other. So, the Deathblade tribe is with us. And I believe our best plan here is to use them as scouts. The demon here offered his men, but I have little faith in that.
Faith in their what exactly? Loyalty or their ability?
Both.
She'll look towards the door and sort of like as if she's like x-raying through the walls.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since they're able to do what they've done, I unfortunately don't agree with you there, Uncle. No doubt. They are highly skilled and terrifyingly effective. We use what we can, after all, given the position that we are in. The Deathblades, when they sent contact, did they give an indication where they'd be found?
Yes. Let me pull up my map.
Come, Uncle. We'll make soy jack memes about the Talonors. We will be the Giga Chats.
They've depicted us as the soy jack. We've lost.
We'll post them into oblivion.
Our memes will blot out the sun.
They will shitpost in the shade.
All right. So he points to a spot on the map. North of Moonshadow, north of the Redwater River's branch past, Moonshadow. And he says, not too distant from here, but close enough to the river that they can get to Tervalastas rather swiftly.
Do they leave any means of contact, Standing Stone perhaps, or is it all by letter?
They have swift messengers. Not as effective as ascending, but fast enough.
Okay. Give me his name.
All right.
Bob.
Bob, Sir Elfman.
Mr.
His
Elf
name is-
Killer Man.
His name is Bob's your uncle.
He's the fastest blade in the West.
But wait, we're in the east.
Shh.
The west of Vailnar.
But he's also in the East. Yeah, fastest blade in the West because there's no one in the West but me that's been there and proved I was the fastest blade. Don't you see? My spirits are highly honored by my fastness in the West.
For some reason in my mind, I keep thinking that they're centaurs, but I think that they're probably not. They're elves.
They're definitely elves.
There are some centaur tribes in Vailnar.
They have
I think.
Vailnar centaurs, and they are nasty.
That's where Firuz came from. All right.
Yep.
So he says, their leader's name is Mythian Relthian.
Thank you, Uncle. And
That's-
she will want to do a sending to Mythian.
Okay.
First, just introduce herself briefly.
Okay.
She'll ask him if he has any intelligence on the river, the blockade. I'm pretty sure most of that would exceed, or just be within the initial 25 words.
Not even introduction.
We have a fluid dynamic here for sending. If it's in combat, we stick closer to the 25. Otherwise, I like it to be more of a convenience
Okay,
spell, especially with it
Cool,
using a spell slot. So,
Okay, cool.
Let's see. All right, so you're
Also,
introducing
because
yourself-
it doesn't matter that much anyways, because the spell literally says they understand your intent, so it's weird that it's limited to 25 words anyway.
Yeah. The only
Mm.
time I see that being important is specifically in combat when your mind's already racing. So
Preoccupied.
yeah. Otherwise, it's more of a message type spell. There's no need to limit it the way it is. Anyways, so you're introducing yourself, and what else?
Just asking if he has any intelligence reports or information about the blockade on the river. What is these numbers, etc. Like those sorts of things. Just a quick evaluation of the situation south of here.
We are 200 strong. You are the daughter of Beric. We grieve at your loss. But you do not contact me for this. Tervalestas does not belong to this corruption. We are with you. The blockade is set up along the river at several points. 2 by Tervalestas to the north and south. 1 by Keth, and another by Ariolan.
Okay, cool. So Areolan, one up here. And the south, and when he said south of Tiavalis, he actually meant south towards the ocean.
Yeah, south towards the ocean and north in front of Tervalestas, basically blocking both sides of Tervalestas along the river.
Okay.
And then there's those 2 more that are further inland along the river. And he's
Okay.
200 strong tribe of Velnaran elves.
Cool. She'll. She'll thank him for. For what's happened, but mostly, we must first deal with the corruption. Yeah, she definitely agrees. Does not belong here, and especially lest to corrupt the rest of Elnar further. She'll affirm doing whatever it takes to stop it. Just trying to think what else. So the 200 strong, just tell me out of character as well. The Velna like always mounted on horseback while they're roaming around the tribes.
They have a mixture. They have their mounted archers mostly, but they are also known for running alongside their horses.
Okay.
So the average Velnaran elf is normally as good as any kingdom's stronger warrior companies.
Yeah. Just all these people do is just fight.
Yeah, they just get stronger.
Yeah. They're
like
Saiyans. They're all
Saiyans.
Saiyans.
Yeah.
Okay. Rhiannon would like to ask or invite one of his, if he has anyone to spare, to sit in the war council up here as a prepared to go for Tia Valestas. She'll highlight the issue that if the desert encroaching on the city, it becomes harder and harder to take it by land. Maybe a way through the river, especially that secret way in, and we could probably take the city by subterfuge if land becomes untenable.
All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm having to make notes on the fly here just to make sure I have something to go back on later.
Yeah. Guts, write this down. Write this all down.
So she's asked them to what?
All right, so
Yeah.
just a second.
Someone.
So he responds back with, "Oh Jesus, I've gone to the wrong Discord." There we go. I shall send my elder Deathblade, Lidriel Nouvelle. She can guide your war council where you need it.
She'll thank him. And looks forward to meeting Lidriel.
And may the storm flood the corruption. And that's where the message sending will end.
Oh boy, the storm is coming.
So he's going to send Elder Deathblade Lidriel Nouvelle.
I'm a Deathblade.
You know enough about Vailnaran culture, and Celica does too, that an elder doesn't mean old. An elder means one who's survived many fights. So that, in a broad term, can mean battles, or in a smaller scope, lots of one-on-one fights. Either way, somebody having the title of elder is somebody who is extremely respected by all of the tribes. No one non-elder would want to take an elder on in one-to-one combat, regardless of their age or, I guess, lameness, because they're going to get schooled. So Rhiannon knows right off the bat that this group is 100% with them, because sending an elder is not something done cheaply.
Oh
To
boy.
ask, because it's been crossed my mind, but with the whole stuff with sirens being killed by Vale, now were the tribes a part of that?
Oh yeah, because this area
Yeah.
this area belonged to the Sirens. If you remember earlier on in the campaign, this was Eastern Sire, and instead of fight the Vailnaran elves, they kind of just said, "No, you can come in and take over. We're not gonna get slaughtered. We saw what you guys did when you landed, and we don't want none of that." So it was basically, you're our new leaders now, because hey, what was going on with Galifar didn't sit right with them anyways. They weren't ready to put down their lives for material. They just wanted decent leadership. And the Vailnaran elves really didn't care about leadership. They want to claim the land, or wanted to claim this land as theirs. It's an extension of Arenal, and more so a way for those who disagree with what goes on back in Arenal to still have their lifestyle, and not have to flee backwards to Zendrick, basically.
Right. I was asking because of the whole, like, everyone killing sirens after when the war ended, because like, oh, you're all cursed and all that. So I was
No,
wondering if it would
not
be-
that portion. No, during the war, yes. After the war, the only people they kill are the people who stand in their way, the people who challenge them. They don't want a weak opponent. They see no point in killing somebody who is fleeing a destroyed wreckage of a homeland. They will offer them soup and to send them on their way in the morning.
That'd be more of a dishonor to kill someone who's running, because it's like, wow, you
Yeah.
have to pick on that one.
Yeah.
Okay,
But they're also brutal as hell. Like when the halflings of the Talentia Plains try to swoop down from the Talential Plains and into Vailnaran territory, there's no hold bar. Whoever gets there first gets to reap the blood.
Right.
So it all depends on the situation, but no, they would not slaughter innocent people for sport. That's just not their way.
Okay, so it's just the rest of Vale now. Got it. All right, because I was wondering, because I would have had Celica say something. It's like, is this not going to cause issues? But if not, then that's fine.
Yeah, this wouldn't cause any sort of issues like that. It would be known.
All right, cool.
Cool. Well, she'll relay to everyone in the room that we have an elder Deathblade on our way here.
Yes, buddy.
Huh. I really think we're on the good side then.
We'll see.
Yes, whoever has the Elder Deathblade is clearly on the side of good. No, I'm kidding.
You know what I mean.
In the interim, I'd like to actually know more about these blockades, the specifics. And
You saying there were like 200 people at each blockade, or overall?
no, there's 200 people in the tribe.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
200 Vailnaran elves.
I just imagined for a second like two of the random Inleus employees being like, so wait a second. You're telling me that we've got the demon, the Elder Deathblade, and then we've got Rhiannon the Dragon Slayer, Celica the Pyromaniac. Are we the baddies?
When did I get that name?
Oh,
I wonder where indeed.
everyone says it behind your back. You didn't know? Oh, sorry, you had to find out.
I thought she'd be more Rhiannon, the summer biter.
You know, you talk a lot for a person that's supposed to be asleep.
Nice. All
I
right.
don't mean it.
No, that was perfect.
That was a long time. That was a long time coming.
That was good. All right. So Rhiannon relays this information. And Selena kind of like, she claps a little bit, like out of excitement, like, ooh. She's going to get to meet a Deathblade.
Yes, all rather exciting.
Sorry.
She'll like raise her hand up a little bit. No, that's fine. Like conciliatory. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
She'll look at the map and she'll point out the blockade at Keth, Ariola, and was it 7 all up? Yeah, 7 all up. She'll point out the ones that definitely are known and roughly point out the ones to the south.
Okay. I keep wanting to say the mountain. The demon. He says, judging by their wealth, I expect at least 3 ships at each of these stops. I don't expect them to be house ships. I don't expect them to be Lyrander vessels. As this would go, I believe, against the Treaty of Thronehold.
It would.
So, if there's 3 ships per, that's 12 total larger vessels. We can expect another 4 smaller per vessel. If these are going by what was used during the last war. Regular patrols at each of these points. So we're going to need to either brute force our way through and lose the advantage of surprise, or come up with a way to cross a large river without being noticed.
I don't think we have
Looking
anything that
at-
can get across that fast.
Let's see.
Unless we manage to get to freeze a part of the lake and walk across it, looking at sun.
I don't think Saw is here.
I-
Oh, she's getting coffee.
I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like I do have control water thanks to the mark. I can part water, but I'm not sure if we can how deep that would go underwater, like without being obvious.
How long can you do it for? Or is it
10
just
minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Not
Would it
enough
take
to get
10
a
minutes
large
to walk
force
across?
through. Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
nice. Well,
This
Well,
is
we-
sorry. Just out of curiosity. Like most rivers, this river flows to the ocean, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
we're not
freaking
doing a
fish lady
hobbit
needs to
in the
hurry up.
barrel. We're not going to get in barrels like the hobbit. Absolutely not.
Out of curiosity, are we able to send Cohen to give like an overview
Saw
and then
is
come back? Because
freaking
obviously you can't be
pirate.
too far.
That's what I was going to get to.
Okay.
Hurry up, pirate.
Yar.
Chime in. You're sitting here shouting across the house, but not saying anything in
Just a-
character. I know, Starry. I'm concerned too. Go tell him. Don't give me that look.
I miss Starry so
I'm
much.
sitting there
It's not even
stirring my
funny.
coffee. And I'm like I'm listening to you guys like try to figure out water things and stuff like that. And Saw's just like standing in the corner. Like internal monologue. When are they gonna ask?
Okay. Since Saw's standing in the corner, Selena looks over. Do you have any useful thing to add here?
Out of character, I forgot how big is the river.
It's about as wide as a river.
About 5 feet.
I was about to say, like
It's-
there are
let
small
me-
rivers.
Yeah, no, let me see here.
I think it's about like 50
50 what?
meters.
No, this is a pretty big river. All
And
right,
if they're
I'm
able
gonna,
to put a blockade up,
I'm gonna have
and they
to.
got giant ships.
I'm gonna have to hide my screen for a second.
He's doing maths.
No, I have to pull up things that I can't show.
Well,
You can
if,
trust
yeah.
us, don't worry.
They'll be too spoilery.
if they've got like giant ships on the blockade, I would say that it would at least have to be more than 100 foot.
Because I have the hex breakdown is it takes in distance as well. All right. So that key is 1,000 miles, which puts these at.
Zoom, enhance.
Yep, pretty much.
Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne.
Jesus, born it's Jason Christ.
Like, so while he's doing that, the dilemma is how to get our forces over the river, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
ideally,
they got
stealthily.
boats.
Yeah, I had also brought up possibly freezing our way across and then looked at Sar, but I don't know if that got across.
Yes, I'll just freeze the whole river.
The whole
And
river.
drown the whole
The whole
world.
river.
I mean, that would also be helpful, just freezing the ships into place, but
You don't want me freezing anything. My ice powers are not the good ones.
no, I couldn't tell that when it was freezing me to death.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a druid, you can just tell the water to stop. Just stop.
Of course.
Hey, you water, stop.
Stop that.
We just have to kill the river.
Start stabbing it.
No, you find the river spirit and you kill it. Done.
All right, we're looking at 2 miles. 2 miles wide.
Damn.
2.
Yeah, it's a serious river.
It's a pretty big river, yeah. Okay, so it's like Mississippi?
I don't even think the Mississippi is that wide.
No, this is probably as wide as the Red Sea or something, or the Dead Sea.
It's a wide river. I would say between, at its smallest point, it's maybe a quarter of a mile, but where the blockades are, you're running several big ships at.
All right.
We'll average it down to 1 mile wide for ease.
Kind of like
Ease
the
of-
Amazon River.
Yeah. All right, so I can pull that up and
Yeah, that's a good comparison, actually.
Yeah, the widest spot in Louisiana
So
is 7,600 feet.
so that's a little over it. 1 mile is going to be a little over 1.6 kilometers. So yeah, the Amazon is
seriously.
probably the closest real life comparison that makes sense.
Oh yeah, at its widest up in like Minnesota, the Mississippi gets to 11 miles wide.
Jeez.
Are you trying to like out
I don't
thick
think so.
the Amazon? Like Mississippi is thicker than the Amazon. Ugh.
All right.
Yeah.
We're averaging it down to a mile. Let's continue.
Huh?
Yeah. And while we ruminate on how to cross, ideally stealthily, she'll look to Colwyn and she'll tell him, "Go on, get out there, start looking." Basically, just tell him to fly down from Cad as far as he can to our alien he's comfortable with, and then come back and tell us what he finds.
Okay, so he's going to be gone most of the day.
Yeah, UAV out.
Mm-hmm. Did you give him the language ability?
Yeah, he speaks common.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you spoiled it now.
How is that spoiled?
I wanted to find out when he just suddenly starts speaking.
I mean, he's a bird, so they can learn, I guess.
All right, so
So, I am pondering my water knowledge. Ponder orbs. How rough is the river?
that changes daily. If you want, give me a nature check based off of what you've seen from the weather here.
Yep.
If you don't trust your exhaustion, I can do it, but I don't have that rate.
Oh, that is a...
I don't think so. That's
23.
exhausted, is she?
23?
No, I'm not exhausted anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, 23.
All right. And a survival check.
Oh, baby, I'm good at those. $25.
Okay. The weather around here seems like it would make for choppy water for the next day. There is a pretty high chance of it raining again. These storms, there's been light rain kind of going back and forth over the past few days, so it makes sense that it's going to continue. But there's enough wind to make it choppy if you're out there on a smaller boat. Obviously, a larger boat's not going to notice too much.
So how many are we looking in the ferry?
It'll
So,
be 200 death blades, potentially.
mhm.
And whatever
Some-
standing men are here, including the demon's men.
yeah, so it's at least about 50 of the demon's men are ready for fighting. So that's 250. We'll say the Inleus have probably about 50 good of their own that they can send. So 300 total.
Yeah, 300.
Just out of curiosity, does the blockade go through Moonshadow or is it outside of it?
These would be outside
It's
of the
blank.
cities.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine then.
So Average number of like a normal cruise ship would be around like on the very large end, it'd be like I think 200 for like the super big ships. But on average it was like 50 to 100.
What kind of boats are you thinking of, though?
I mean, if we can get a ferry made, it might take like 2 or 3 trips, but that's depending on the water and that takes time.
Would a ferry be too big, or would it be just be small enough to not be noticed?
Depends on how you build it.
It's hard to not be noticed on a big flat thing of water.
That being said, like, Sa can cross the water and scout out a decent path. She can look under the water to see if there's anything that's not walkable, but you know, like
Shallow.
get the depth and stuff like that. She can scout it out and then scout what's across the river as well.
So just on that, just so for the sake of clarity, Vex, the boats that we suspect that are blockading, are they waterborne or are they actually like air skiffs or something?
No, they're normal. They're not house vessels of any sort. They're normal boats.
Okay. Yeah.
And these are like of the size that you would expect to see in like the 1700s.
Okay. So not quite a galley, but
like sloops and stuff like that.
No. Here, like these.
Okay.
So a full-on ship of the line.
Oh, so like man of wars and stuff.
Yeah, which was like I think around
1,000
total crew people.
Yeah, I was gonna say that changes things quite a bit.
Yeah.
Luckily, they're not fireproof, so we just burn them. I'm good at burning things.
I mean, chromatic orb at what range? Get me as close as possible.
You can't take this job from me. It's my only thing.
Get me closer to it so I can hit it with my orb.
Sa's getting frustrated trying to think about this thing, and she's just like, I mean, there's no use in making a plan if we don't know what's there.
Well, that's precisely why I've sent going. So until then, I suppose we either brainstorm or do something else to pass the time.
To make numbers easier, we're going to say that these are ships that have a complement of 500 people instead of 1,000.
Okay.
Good lord. Okay. That's a big ship.
Still a lot. Yeah.
Like a big pirate ship is 200 people.
Yeah.
So
it's like still 1,000 something.
Or 15 to do. Okay, but the thing is, we definitely don't want them to know that we're coming. So that's I guess that's the big takeaway.
How far is the river from here?
So from where we're at, it's probably I think it was a day's worth of travel by carriage.
Yeah, that's about right.
You got a spare horse?
So I'm going to let you all continue this discussion through Discord while we go over to Kali and Kadir for a little bit.
No worries.
Okay.
Save the horse question for after this.
Yes, get a list of them.
Save a horse or ride a ferry.
All right. So, Kali, you find yourself in Khyber very suddenly.
Fuck!
Your connection to Zia is broken, and the stone around you begins to glow kind of pale blue as you see crystals forming, and they all
in real time, like
yes, and they all have eyes looking at you. whispers begin to kind of make themselves known just at the edge of your hearing to where you can't understand what they're saying. You just know that there's this constant whispering. What do you do?
Kali in Draconic says as sternly as she can, Stimi Kaliriath, Wuxgyo Ti Xinya Veigra, which is, I am Kaliriath, you will not cause me fear.
And give me a wisdom save.
My dice. That is a 14 plus 4, an 18.
All right. This vision melts away like pouring wax. And you see Kadir step through this pouring wax. This
Kali
place
takes a breath.
is
What's
shattered.
And says, "It is good that you found me quickly then."
You made it easy. And he holds out his hand to stand you up as you realize that you were sitting on your knees.
Kali takes a moment to realize this because she didn't notice it at first,
Mm-hmm.
and then stands up. And so this is the dream realm, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Kali stands up and takes the hand, you know how if you look at a gemstone, there always seems to be almost a tiny bit of a glow inside of a gemstone.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that with having succeeded the wisdom save, that Kali has a little bit of that glow around her.
Okay.
Just as a visual explanation of her confidence in herself at the moment.
Sure, absolutely. Kadir says, after saying that this place is shattered, he says, this one's mind is not his own. There is something else here. And I do not feel safe speaking too openly, and especially speaking through our minds.
Kali nods and says, our nemesis then.
Or something far older.
With that, nods again and then gestures forward as if, shall we pick a direction?
So Kadir nods and says to watch your step. The dream reality never fully fits together. And with that, leads Kali forward. And it's a good thing.
I think that...
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to... Go ahead. All right. As he says that, at first, Kali almost just replies flippantly about her wings, but looks back. And I want to say that Dream Kali does not have her wings at.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. I was thinking that too.
They're still fairly new.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever your most natural representation of yourself would be is represented here. So yeah.
Okay.
The subconscious is creating the image.
Yes. So I would say that she does not have her wings unless she figures out a way to manifest them.
Yeah. And to kind of re-describe Kadir, he's a bit taller than Akasha. He has kind of medium length hair, but some of it towards the front is short and kind of scruffed back, somewhat spiky, just kind of like he slept on it wrong.
Is he armed? I forget.
Yeah, he has 2 arms.
Does he have weapons?
Yes, he
He
has
has
2.
one weapon.
He has 2 short blades. He's also kind of scruffy. Yeah, he has 2 curved short blades. Kali might have seen these before. They're kind of like kukri, but it's a Sarlonian native weapon.
Okay. I didn't remember if he was armed with the stuff that happened with like the shepherd manifestation because he couldn't help Kali with it anyway. So I didn't remember if he was.
No, he would not have been.
Okay.
No, this is because he entered the dream. It's different.
Okay. Instead of entering hers.
Yes.
So
yes.
What kind of checks can I make about this? About trying to figure out where we should go, or is this more of just a
he was
feeling?
He was offering to lead you.
Okay, then Kali will follow, but she will also keep hold of the hand.
Okay, and he doesn't have any qualms with it. It's not awkward or anything for him. When he steps forward and suddenly falls forward, Kali gets jerked forward, and he doesn't have enough time to really say "watch your step" a second time.
Yeah.
But when this happens, instead of falling on your face, it's as if you fell, and where you expect to hit ground, you are instead taking the rest of the step, and you're stepping across this open plain.
So basically, like, goes through it.
Yeah.
Into the next part.
Yeah. And even Kadir stumbles at this. The plain is lit by no star. The sky is just an empty blue. The grass is about waist high, and he hesitantly moves forward. And when this happens, maybe a dozen or so screams can be heard coming from one spot further ahead. And Kali can see this circle, this clearing in the grass ahead. At its center is a mass of bodies convulsing.
Kali's, like, the glow on her skin for a moment starts to fade, but then she's going to collect herself and push forward with Kadir, still mindful of the fact that Kadir does not want to talk telepathically at the moment.
Yeah.
And wants to, unless there's something pertinent, not talk at all. But she's looking, she's mostly paying attention to the grass more than the clearing. Okay. She's looking for any hint of motion in the grass, especially if it looks like it's approaching.
Right. No. Not only is there no motion of something coming towards you, the grass itself doesn't move. There's no breeze.
Does it move when we're touching it? Or do we just sort of go through it?
Yeah, no, it moves when you touch it. But only when something physically interacts with it. There's no sense of, I guess as you're moving forward, there's less and less of a sense of your own breathing. It's as if wind is just not disturbed here.
So unlike the other times we've been in dreams where it felt like it was a living world, there were things happening, like when we were in the various dreams and when we were in Kali's memories, and then even when Kali was facing off with the shepherd essentially thing,
Yep.
there was still a sense of like a living environment. as it were.
Yeah.
Whereas this feels like a dead place.
Yeah, the only time it was, I guess, really wonky was when going into the memories instead of dreams,
Yeah.
where we met Holly, and
Mhm.
because of the lack of memories of the buildings and whatnot, the insides were not fully mapped out.
Yeah, and then some of them, like at a certain distance, just sort of whiteness.
Yeah,
But here it's just like everything feels dead.
yeah. There's no star that's lighting up the sky. There's no moons in the sky. There's no ring. It's just this blue void and, tall grass stretching out endlessly.
So after taking a moment to look around, make sure Kali looks up as well, and then is going to, along with Kadir, approach this clearing in these twitching, shivering bodies together.
All right.
Trying to listen for any sort of are they all talking, or are they just sort of shaking?
They are all in some degree expressing pain. And
Okay.
as you look more into them, you realize that they all converge down onto one single pair of legs that are on their knees. And the best visual I can give for it is like when Agent Smith dodges or starts punching at Neo, and it's like that blur. That's the same thing kind of happening here. There's multiple blurs of different forms of this doppelganger, different personalities and identities that are visually ripping themselves apart from each other, but still stuck. And they are all screaming in their own languages. Kadir looks back and says, "This is the ability that I had. This is its temporary prison."
Seems as if it may be making it all worse.
It is better than it happening in the physical realm.
Is there no way to remove some of these false identities?
There is, but the risk we run is we may get rid of the important one. The one that might know where the real Kyle is.
So, at that, Kali's going to look and try and see if she can see any of them that look like how Kyle is supposed to look in this blur of after images and motions.
She begins to study them, and when she does so, several of them fixate their gaze on her and howl in anguish, and Kali can hear the screaming kind of entering her own mind. Give me another wisdom save.
All right. It is a 17 plus 4, so that's a 21.
So that glow returns a bit stronger, and within these howling, anguished voices, there is one that speaks in common, and it calmly, almost whispering, is saying, "Kill me, save her." And it repeats this. And the more you focus on that voice, the one that you can easily understand, the more you can see one of the forms in this mass of blurs isn't moving. It is the grounded one, the one that's on its knees, and it's looking down, and you can see that it looks like it would be shackled if there were something attached to it. Its arms are held at its side, and its head is bent down after like looking up towards Kali. It kind of slumps forward, and then it says it again, catches a breath, and says it again and again and again.
So this is the way I'm thinking this is supposed to be. This is not really the doppelganger saying. This is Kael's memory as he was being not absorbed, but like as he was being duplicated by the doppelganger. This was the last thing Kael was trying to convey or thinking.
Exactly that.
Or hoping for.
Yes.
So there's no, amongst all these, the doppelganger itself does not appear to be here. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no like gray matter sort of formless shape amongst all these.
So,
but that's the one that would know exactly where to get to him.
Kadir, I can see the right one, but I don't know if I can reach it past the others. But I have to try.
And I shall help you to the best of my ability. But I still look for the origin form.
He's talking about the doppelganger itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I can get this one separated from the maelstrom, perhaps it will calm the others, or at least allow us to calm them without losing this one. And so, seeing how it is that it's like this, Kali's going to get closer. She's going to keep one hand firmly on Kadir's. She's going to take her tail, and she's also going to wrap the end of her tail around like Kadir's ankle, so that she's close enough so she can, just while like kneeling down, reach out a hand towards one of these hands that looks like it should be shackled down.
Okay.
And it's going to say, and let me know if I need a persuasion roll or what. Rhiannon is safe. But we need to try and save you as well. Killing you will not solve it. Please, calm your mind. Calm your thoughts. We need the information you have. And she's going to try to close her hand on this wrist, or on this hand.
Okay.
Not like a grabbing, like yanking kind of situation, just sort of a gentle, like hand over hand.
So there's this kind of like panicked recoil, but he can't because of how he's shackled. And it's a panic fills his voice, a simple no, 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 no. And as he says, she'll die, all of these dozen or so forms lash out at Kali once her hand grasps around his wrist. Let me just roll the attacks here. Where's my dice at? There they are.
Alright.
I'm using different dice for the first time.
20 d10s.
That's a 19 plus.
That'll hit.
Alright, that's a 19. 16 won't hit, will it?
Yes, it actually will.
Okay.
I have a 15 AC.
Okay.
Unless it's different here in Dream World with the confidence Kali has built up.
We'll call it 17.
Okay.
All right.
And If any of it is bludgeoning or force damage, I'll take half, but otherwise.
This is all slashing.
Okay.
So this is going to be 29 slashing damage.
All right.
As all these different forms lash out, scratching, scraping, pulling, ripping, whatever they can do to injure Kali and try to rip her apart. And as this is happening, Kali doesn't open up with wounds. They're not like scratching into her actual flesh. They're ripping her personality from her. She feels pulled from the inside and cut in a, I guess, metaphysical way.
So I guess the visualization of this for Kadir is that literal like chunks of the glowing that has appeared is starting to be like ripped out, and they just like little gouts of this like gemstone glow spray out, and then those parts of Kali are dark. And by the end of that, almost a third of her is dark.
All right.
That much damage. And
Kadir responds in kind with a single word. And I'm going to write it here for notes later. He shouts, Shulak. As, I guess in his voice, as best as I can do. Hang on. Alright. It would be Shulak. Loudly. And the Doppel fails its save. And one of the screaming forms falls to the ground, twitches and writhes for a short moment before turning into smoke, essentially, and dispersing outwards. Kind of a small foggy cloud at first, and to nothing as it fills this windless atmosphere.
The shackles are only attached to the one that has been identified as Kyle, right?
Yeah, and again, it's only as if he is shackled. There's no visual shackles there, but yes, it's just his that is being held there, grounded there. Yes, Guts. The forms continue to scream, and Kadir looks to Kali and says, if we are to continue, this could kill us.
Kali says, with determination in her voice, she says, for now, I can hold.
Roll me.
But Kadir also knows that Kadir also knows that with Kali holding onto his hand and holding onto Kyle's hand, Kali cannot cast her spells.
Yes. Roll me 1d10.
Okay. Well, that's a 10. I hope high is good.
What's your Constitution modifier?
+2.
So you restore 12 hit points.
Very nice.
Yes, as you bolster yourself with confidence. Kadir nods.
So some of the glow returns.
Yes. And as it does so, the forms that were thrashing out at you as this is all happening relatively the same time, they recoil from the glow. Kale says, "It's too late. They've infiltrated us. They're going to kill her. Save her. Kill me."
Kali wants to try to do something, but I have no idea if she knows how, so she's going to ask Kadir and say, Kadir, how do I transfer some of me to him?
You would be ill-advised to do so. It would be going to the doppelganger.
Kali looks to the Kyle and says, it's already happened. Rhiannon is safe. Celine is safe. They need to know where you are. Please help us. Kali can't do much other than talk right now because of how she's holding on.
Yes. He shakes his head rather violently and says, No. No one can be trusted. There could be more lies. And he reverts back into kill me, save her.
Can I make a persuasion check of any sort?
Yeah, if you would like to. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I just don't know if it mattered. Like, if there's no point to making it right now, then...
No. I would say that it's not a failable roll, so that's why I didn't call for it. But you can get more out of it if it's a good roll. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's one of my best skills. I got a 14 plus 9, so that's a 23.
Okay.
So Kali's like, we have already saved her. Now it is time to save you. Your life has meaning and worth as well. Please, I can only hold on if you hold on to me too. You have to meet me.
He struggles more with the shackles, and then it's as if he is struck by something from the back. And he howls out in pain, and as he does so, the other forms thrash. Kadir readies himself for the oncoming onslaught as these forms attack out again, thrashing violently. Kadir is hit. Kali's missed. Kadir's hit a second time. Kali's hit. What's
so
that?
Now they're going after Kadir as well.
Yeah, they're just thrashing out. Yeah. So, all right. Okay, Kali's hit twice and Kadir's hit 4 times.
Gracious.
My idiot self doesn't even have the proper music going this whole time. I just noticed something was odd.
I was gonna say this is all very upbeat for what's happening.
I mean, this is just a calm brain walk. It's fine.
It's a brain war. It's all right.
There we go.
I mean, that would have been Kali trying to keep herself calm.
Shy's gonna like this.
Shy just confused. Just like, how brain stuff work?
Yeah. All right, that's gonna be 21 slashing damage.
Whoo!
Don't die.
That's the last time I'll update you on that total, by the way.
here.
So Kali saw Kadir take one of them out, right?
Yes.
Was it like a spell he seemed to use, or was it just that word?
It seemed to be power that emanated from him and the word itself.
Okay.
So
So
that is
presumably
30 slash.
psionics then, right?
Oops. It could be, but you've also encountered power words.
Okay.
All right. So Kadir's slashed at, and chunks of Kadir's personality are ripped out, but when he screams in pain from these slashings, sometimes it's also Akasha. But he holds strong. And
Kali is
he shouts
Okay.
Shulak once more, though it is with less effectiveness.
so with Kyle's version being shackled in place. Kali knows how to not hit Kyle if she has something she could do, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kali doesn't know if this is gonna work, but she is going to say as she secures her grip on Kadir a bit further, and she tries to reassure Kadir just through that warmth and that touch of another person, as she says to Kyle, "We are your allies. You need to help us. Do not let yourself think that you are helpless, because you are not." And then she is going to tilt her head and use something that I've never used as an attack before, which is her breath weapon. So she's going to try and conal AoE over Kyle's head.
Okay.
So it's a dexterity saving throw from them.
Okay, they fail.
Okay. So they will take, if they take damage, they take 2d10 force damage.
All right.
I assume everything's like, I don't know. Either way, 9 and a 3, so 12 force damage.
Okay. And paired with Kadir shouting Shulak, that assists him. So I'm going to give him advantage. So several of the forms scream, but one is burned away, leaving less forms there that were before, than there were before.
All right.
Kale howls in pain as another strike catches him, and he says, You're all my enemy. I can't go on anymore. Kill me, save her, kill me." And anguish fills his voice as another strike catches him. Kadir seems uncertain of
Of whether we're doing anything good.
if we're doing good or making it worse. And he says, "This could be a lost cause."
So Kali has held more than a third, close to a half of herself ripped away. So I think Kali is going to fall back on some of the core tenets of who she is and has always been from what she remembers in her memory. And I think something, if it's not already present on her, would appear like among her garments, which is her dice bag.
All right.
And she's going to take her tail out from around Kadir's leg and sort of just knock the dice bag off of her belt so that it spills open so that she can see how the dice roll to determine how to go.
All right. I need you to put your rolls in. No. Use these dice.
You always rolls these.
No, this time it's you. You roll the dice that are
Okay.
in Tailspire in this little room. One
Okay.
of each.
Where are they?
The dice that Tailspire has.
Oh, okay. You mean one of everyone. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Crap, it still yeeted some of them out.
All right.
Funny how it equals 100.
That's pretty insane.
Especially because I got a nat 20 on the D20, a 50 on the D100, 10 on the D10,
Chances.
8 on the D12. The D6 was a 5, the D4 was a 1. I don't see, what am I missing? The D8, I don't see the D8. Oh, there it is, it's a 6.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look in the chat, it's all there.
Oh, okay. How do you open the chat log in there?
It's a little book that's on the top right.
Ah, I honestly did not know that.
All right. So, first and foremost, what were you trying to glean from your dice roll?
Kali's trying to figure out if she should trust her instincts that she should be holding on to Kyle. That's the most important thing, but she also is trying to get an inkling of, are we actually capable of doing what we're trying?
All right.
Because she is at the point that she's still got enough of herself that she knows, like, it's not worth throwing away both our lives for this.
Looking at the dice as they sit on the ground, Kali has a eureka sort of moment. The odds of it equaling 100 perfectly are incredibly small. But specifically, the 2 and 10, or sorry, the 20 and 10 being their highest possible, it doesn't seem natural. Whether her consciousness affects the roll or not is uncertain to her. But this seems to be saying that she is 100% certain and capable of achieving her goal here. Just a second.
Just that she may need to adjust her tactics slightly.
Hang on. There is...
Sorry, what shy?
Oh.
We already dealt with you in the
There-
dreamscape.
There is a manifestation of the draconic prophecy here. As in the heat of the moment, Kali sees two possible ways of forming a 13 And 2 possible ways of forming a 12. That means that there are multiple instances here of potentially fulfilling her role, not completion, but part of her role in the overall part of the prophecy here. That this is the prophecy manifesting itself within this person's memories and dreams. And there's no verse to it. This is, at its core, the prophecy at its most true form. And Kali has it suddenly dawn on her out of all the time she's rolled the dice to determine something or to essentially get a feel for an outcome or gamble away a part of her physical stuff. It's never been about gambling. She's been reading the prophecy this entire time.
With that, I think she's going to realize that she had the right inclination, but she had the wrong tact. And she's going to say to Kyle, with renewed vigor, she's going to say, if you can trust none but yourself, then break your shackles. Use any advantage you have. Every second that you still have within you, every moment, every bit of your energy. Break what holds you back. If need be, break away from my grasp and stop those who torment you. Seize your fate.
He looks up and he slowly shakes his head no. And he says, kill me, save her. The voices and the other forms are slowing as he says this.
They're slowing?
Yes.
Okay. But if I kill you, how can you trust me to save her if you can trust no one? You have to do it. You have to be the one. Stand up!
You do not understand. I can't. I am held down.
You are held down by the weight of your own responsibilities, the weight of your own failures, but they are in your past. You can cast them aside. You can start a new path. Do it!
As you can cast aside your doubts and fears. It is not about my trust. It is about yours. Kill me. Save her. The forms all begin to lash out wildly at Kadir.
Kali is going to glance back at the dice again. And with what she gleaned, because I'm correct that she felt that she had to change her tactic or it was going to be catastrophic, right?
Correct.
Then as they rear back, she's going to say, I understand. And she's going to let go of his hand and palm out Eldritch Blast the Kyle memory.
All right. Roll to attack. This is with advantage.
Roll to attack or roll damage? Okay. Well, it's a good thing it was advantage because the first was a 3 and then it was a 13 plus 10? Where's my sheet? 10. So 23.
Okay, so that's definitely a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. I just wanted to see if it was going to be critical or not.
Okay. So that is a 7 plus 5 for 12 plus 4 now for the extra bludgeoning damage. So 16 on the first beam.
All right, so the first beam deals a large chunk of damage to him. It does not move him, but it doesn't move him from his position on the ground, but you can see him straining against the shackles, basically, because he's not physically able to be moved from that position. And then roll for the second beam.
As Kali is doing this, Kadir / Akasha can see as Kali is gritting her fangs together, her lips like curled back a bit. It's clear that while Kali realizes this is clearly what she's being led and needs to do, she hates it still. And the second one is, well, that was a 17 and then a nat 20, so it isn't crit on the second one.
All right, so roll me another 20.
Okay. That is a 7.
All right, so basically you automatically will crit on your next hit if he survives this somehow, which I highly doubt.
Okay.
Go ahead and do your normal crit damage, and
Okay.
then add an additional spell damage dice. 1, not like the whole pool.
Okay. So that is the normal crit damage would be 9 plus 5 plus 10 for 24.
Okay.
And then the extra die is a 4, so 28.
All right, so as both of these Eldritch blasts lash out and push him against his shackles, he's howling in pain, and the other forms that were about to strike down at Kadir also writhe in pain and lash out wildly, but the force of the Eldritch Blast separates the forms from you and Kadir. And then everything shatters like glass.
I am very glad that Kali refused to let go of Kadir's hand.
And as that glass shattering happens, this back up.
Though I do wonder if Kali had dropped to like low enough on the ego personality if she would have started reverting to a dragon.
We'll never know. As reality shatters around you and you are snapped back awake, snapped back to reality.
Whoop, there goes gravity.
Yep. Akasha is kind of panting, clammy and cold and sweating. I don't think Kali can sweat, but if she could, she would be. And the doppelganger lays in the bed in his neutral form, sweating and panting as well. Akasha / Kadir nods and then passes out.
Well, there went the chance to ask either of them a question. Kali reaches up and like rubs at her head. I assume Zia's still like at the door.
Yes.
Looks over to Zia and says, "How long was that exactly?"
Zia kind of just goes, what do you mean? You just fell asleep."
So looks over, and so to Zia it was like just
a few
like
seconds,
literally a second or two.
Yeah. He's you just started breathing all weird all of a sudden, and boom, you're back.
I just wanted on record that I hate all this memory dream bullshit, okay?
Noted.
Well, I guess they couldn't have gotten too far, but and Kali's gonna like start to try and push herself up, and one of her wings is gonna catch on the bookshelf and like shake it because she had forgotten for a second she had wings due to that. And then she's going to. Does she feel just like exhausted when she tries to push herself up?
Mentally, but not physically. It
Okay.
yeah, it didn't give her a physical exhaustion level, but she's over the course of the past 2 days, she's mentally
Yeah.
just beat down.
I'm sure, despite the fact that there's not a the condition of exhausted, Kali's
Yes.
definitely still
Yeah.
physically much the worse for wear.
Yeah.
So she'll probably start to get up and then see that Akasha is, I assume, very peacefully sleeping at this point.
Yeah, not like cold, clammy sweat sleeping, but definitely out as much as she was when Kali saw her this morning.
It's like having the cat on your lap. You realize you can't move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kali sort of settles back down and says, Zia, if you could get word to Rhiannon, I think it's possible that when this one wakes up, we might get more, but it's also possible that we were forced to remove any chance. But let Rhiannon know that we are here, we are safe, and
the
if she wants our counsel, we will be waiting.
the doppelganger interrupts somewhat as he
Oh,
shifts
shit!
and looks over and says, "Thank you for freeing me."
Uh-oh.
He's panting still.
That's gonna be an insight check right there. He just sounds evil.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, did you hear that voice?
Jeez.
Uh,
voice
You can have a
I-
cold.
So I
19
can't have
plus
qualms
4,
about
23.
I'm going to keep the insight check, but it's too early to tell.
Okay.
I
Off of
can't have
just those
qualms
4
about
words.
some guy's name.
But Kali's, it's more that Kali's suspicious because she
Yeah.
has a literal unconscious Akasha right here.
Yes.
She is
Mhm.
seated like in a corner, almost wedged there. And she saw 4 to 5 strong people struggling to hold this guy down. So I think you would also be like, is this guy gonna hurt me? I need to know.
I have been trapped for so long. I lost who I was and what I was as he holds his long gray fingers up to inspect them.
Kali's going to look over and very, very neutrally, very calmly. You can tell me if I need like a deception to do this, but Kali's trying to be placating about this. And she's going to say, we did what we could. It did not seem like you were in control of yourself whatsoever.
No.
Too many voices and memories, yes?
They, yes, were controlling me, but several of them I got after they had been corrupted by that thing. That speaker.
So you were not working with this speaker. You found these after they had already been touched by it.
None of us work for the speaker. It simply takes what it can get and corrupts it.
And Kali will honestly say, and it's definitely like genuine, whether he tries to listen for it or not. She says, then I am thankful that I was able to help you, regardless of what other circumstances are. I have felt its touch as well, and no one deserves such.
It is strong in you, But we must be quick if we are to save what's left of KL and what's left of Rhiannon.
Uh-oh.
The doppelganger slowly, weakly gets up and sits up in the bed and
At
is
that,
still
Kali
catching his
is
breath.
like, if I don't know if Kali's scale skin changes shades for any reason, but if it can pale, she definitely does. And
I don't see why I can't.
she says, just knee-jerk reaction in a, not a panic moment, but in a, like, too shocked to really think about it for a moment, says, Svaboltir Wuxjatil? Just, what do you mean? In Draconic. But if he looks like he doesn't understand, then she'll quickly say it in Common as well.
She is a willing participant. So with that, we're going to cut over to the rest of the party.
Wow. Okay.
I
All
do
right,
need.
we just can't
if you-
say any words around Rhiannon because one of them could trigger it.
If you
'cause
could DM me, because I still had that 23 insight about what Kali thinks about what was just said.
He's truthful.
Shit.
He's no malice. And his body language obviously being weak, he's being as helpful as he can given the circumstances because you did just save his life. So,
Doppelganger lives matter.
down here in the war room, we have some things that were being talked about, some possible rolls to be made. Guts, you have advantage when doing rolls in regards to war and tactics. So
Okay.
you can give me your choice of an intelligence check. And that would be with advantage.
All right. Cool.
Just whatever you think is most applicable, really.
Where was it? I'm trying to get my dice when at the same time. Oh no, I dropped it. Right, what were those choices? Sorry? Tactics and what?
Any intelligence choice of yours. Yes, any intelligence skill check.
Well, it would either be the two I'm proficient in would be history or arcana.
History would be best.
Yeah, they're both the same anyway.
I can give advantage.
Advantage.
He already has advantage because this is war related.
I get double advantage. Okay, so that is an 18 plus 7.
All right, 18 plus 7. So, given that you've never dealt with naval combat, you're not looking... I would assume Celica's not looking to suddenly learn how to handle naval combat.
Oh no, that'll take way too long.
Yeah, but you know field combat, and you have some experience in infiltrating places. You know that no matter what, these are ships full of at least 500 people, these larger ones. Constant patrols. There's no way with the current forces that you have piecemealed together can take on one of those ships, let alone 4 plus patrols. You need some quick way to move a little over 300 people across the river without being noticed. If you can get your hands on a medium to large size vessel and find a way to disguise people as workers and whatnot, you might have a chance at getting down unnoticed. That's probably going to be your most effective way of getting everyone across at one point. But it means that you're going to be going down through 2 blockades. There's not a quicker way to do it. The only other option is to slowly either 1, go down by land only, or 2, go down by some land and some on land on the opposite side, and then try to cross from the river. Either way, you're stuck contending with the waters. If you go by land, it's going to be the slowest possible route. But when you get there, you can fan out from between the 2 blockades and then go through the water that way, using a bunch of maybe makeshift rafts, boats, whatever. But essentially sieging Tervalastas from the north and fanning out your forces to blockade within the blockades and try to siege Tervalastas with a small force. But it can't last for long because you've got, 12 big vessels and 4 times that in smaller vessels right there on the water.
Yeah, and they'll probably make their way over as soon as they see trouble.
Yeah. So those are the most tactically sound options we have available to us that we can act on now.
Okay. Well, I'll bring that up with the others and see if there's possible to get any way of disguising our way through. Maybe coming off as like merchant vessels or something, but I don't know if that would be possible.
Yeah, that would be the main way to do it, yes. Is to, I wouldn't say be a merchant vessel, but to be maybe a
passenger vessel?
No, what's it called? They're collecting resources from the settlements they control.
Like transport and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's not a tax, it's goods. I mean, taxes would probably be part of it. But I can't remember the name for it. I'm like, tariff? No, it's not a tariff. It's they transport their goods to the main capital, essentially. So you'd have to be one of those vessels, and you'd have to have enough goods, which the Enlace estate definitely does, to have on hand, plus forged papers, to be able to say that, like, yeah, we're coming from Keth, and we have a delivery for Tervalastas.
All right. See, obviously, I'd let everyone else know this and see if they can weigh in and see if they can find a way of getting that done.
All right. So Celine and Selena know that it's possible. Selena is capable of forging the documents quite well. Decius would most likely be the person to figure out if they can get a vessel quickly. And for that, he would need a day, maybe 2, to try and procure one through his connections here in Tervalastas. Or sorry, in Vailnar. And it is about this time, Kali, that I'll let you show up however you see fit.
Well, honestly, Kali definitely needs a minute to think about this. Like she's thinking over exactly the words he said. He said that he started by saying there may yet be time to save Rhiannon, correct?
Yes.
And he also said she is a participant in all this willingly in regards to working. Like he first said nobody works with the speaker.
Yes.
But then he's saying that she is a willing participant.
Yes. Not that she's working with him, but she's a willing participant. I'll be right back. I get this mic.
Okay.
She like comes in and starts pretending to be like Clouseau or something. It's like, we have a spy in our midst.
Just walks in and goes, yeah, you're having a real nice planning session here. That's great. That's great. Oh, I'll take my leave. Oh, just one more thing, actually. Rhiannon.
All right.
So, she's definitely, before she leaves, she wants to get a little more clarification on this from the changeling. And
All right.
she's like, when you say a willing participant of this, what do you mean exactly?
She has allowed him into her. Don't
So
take
Kali-
that out of context.
But hearing this, he definitely believes he's telling the truth.
Yes.
But this doesn't jive with. Wow, what a weird choice of words that came to my brain.
Showing your age there.
Yeah, this doesn't match up with what Kali knows of the actions that are taken most of the time. But there's enough of these things that have bothered Kali about Rhiannon that I feel like Kali can't just immediately dismiss it either. Like, the biggest thing though is that on the Argont, Rhiannon was instrumental in stopping the plan there. And Kali can't think if Rhiannon really did let the speaker in her willingly, let its influence over her, shouldn't she have stopped Kali and Akasha? Shouldn't Rhiannon have prevented them from thwarting that? Like, that's the big thing that makes Kali think this person may believe this to be the truth, but Kali also was just in this person's mind, and it was a shattered, messed up, destroyed mess.
Summer couldn't finish giving me his command. And
Yes.
Rhiannon could.
Are you saying that she did?
He nods slowly.
But Rhiannon was with us when Kyle freaked out.
He nods.
Oh, I was saying that out of
okay.
character, but I guess Kali would
Yeah.
say that in character.
Yeah.
Thinking aloud.
Yeah, it makes sense that she would think aloud at the moment, because as far as she's aware, this person she knows this person owes her his life. And from her insight check, which, regardless of whether it's a success, even though it's high, I don't know if it was, she believes that this person is telling the truth and actually is grateful for it. She looks down, she kind of tries to wake Akasha for a moment. She looks over to Zia. And she looks back to the doppelganger and says, "How did you come by this knowledge?"
She visited me several times.
And doesn't Colleen know that Rhiannon spent the night with Kyle last night? Well, Kyle.
Yeah. Well, to an extent, exactly to help keep him from doing
again,
what he's supposed to do.
That's what Rhiannon was told.
Yes.
Or that's what Rhiannon told them.
Yes.
And Colleen, this is a very difficult situation, because there's just enough instances of Rhiannon doing things because Rhiannon thought they were smart enough to do it, and shouldn't tell anyone, that it's giving Kali pause.
Mm-hmm. Even though she has claws.
Yes. She looks down to Akasha again and is like clenches one of her hands closed, her claws digging into her palm a bit. Because she's really frustrated because Akasha or Kadir would be very helpful right now. And she looks over to Zia and she says, "Is there anything that you may have missed or thought nothing of that you didn't tell me, that you've seen while invisible near us? Perhaps lingering in a room where Rhiannon may not have realized you stayed."
Shafarath, if I know.
She looks over to the doppelganger again and says, "You are telling me that Rhiannon gave you this command?"
She finished it. Give me just a second. It was... Sorry, I had to look it up from a couple sessions ago.
Sorry, go night night. Go night night.
He began to say, KL turn. But Rhiannon finished it. Late last night. I do not know if she was awake or asleep or somewhere between the two. But she did tell me. She said, turn to dust. And now, every fiber of me wants to kill Yorvith and the rest of the trees. And then Celine and Decius and the rest of them. That is what I'm supposed to be doing and why I'm fighting. Because some fragment of me still remains, and a stronger fragment of KL helped break through what I was designed to do.
Are you in control of yourself, or do you need me to find something to help you resist?
As long as I don't
Why?
see them, I believe I can handle myself. But I caught a glimpse of Yorvith earlier, and that's what sent me into the fit that I had.
Holly's going to stand up and she's going to carefully, pick up Akasha, do, the sort of arm over the shoulder kind of carry
Weekend
thing.
at Bernie's.
Yeah. Look over at him and say, "How do you know it's..." And, as she gets to the door and puts her hand on it, looks back and says, "How are you so sure that it was willing?"
He looks up and, with his beady, featureless eyes, he says, "Because he told me through her." There was no fight in her. You can tell when there's the struggle. It wears on you. You know this.
I just for dramatic purposes have to assume like the blue flashes across Kali's eyes at that point.
Yeah, why not? It seems perfect time to do it.
When she just sort of growls and says, "Stay here. If you wish to repay me for what I did for you, stay here." And she's going to open the door, lead Akasha out, close the door, and I don't know if she's going to have... I'm trying to think if she would have Zia stay inside with him or not.
Probably be a good idea just in case, because then you get an instant warning.
Yeah. And then Kali's going to lock, and if there's a bar to the door, bar the door.
Mm-hmm.
There's still those 2 guards outside, right?
Yes. And they're kind of like,
And
that was quick.
Kali is going to say, Please, the person inside needs rest. Do not let anyone in here. And I mean anyone. At all. For at least 2 hours, please.
As you wish, Miss
He-
Callie. It shall be done.
If he sees someone, he might relapse. And please, if anyone comes asking, ask them to speak quietly. I do not know if certain voices might trigger it as well.
Anyone we should be particularly concerned about?
Kali thinks for a minute. And she says, those closest to Kyle are the most likely to cause some sort of large reaction. If it is possible, it might be better to intercept anyone at the stairs as they come up.
Very well, we'll ensure that only those that know him fleetingly are holding the post.
Thank you.
They nod and give their salute.
And with that, Kali's going to have stalked off to... Well, I guess first she's got to deposit Akasha somewhere.
Here, can you take this? Find a room for it somewhere.
Hold this for me, will you?
They end up putting him in like the broom closet.
just props him up in the corner. They like slide down. Keep trying to prop him up. This isn't. Obviously, I guess Kali would find like wherever Akasha was sleeping before, and go put them back.
Well, there's plenty of beds up there too, so
okay, that's fine.
That we'll just assume she is up here in one of these beds.
And she also knows that Akasha's not necessarily as vulnerable while asleep as everybody would be.
Correct.
So,
Perfectly fine.
she's not as concerned, but this is delightful. Kali is gonna go find where she's looking for Celica and Saw, but I know out of character that's also where Rhiannon is.
Yeah, so passing the war room, passing the guards there is Celica and Saw. And they're mid-discussion about boats.
We've got to find a way to disguise these boats.
Yeah.
Kali looks around the room. Is it just Saw, Celica, and like who all is in the room? Right? Is it everyone?
If you're
who left?
peeking in, it is Celica, it is Rhiannon, Saw, Decius, the demon, Celine, and Selena.
Okay. So it's everyone who was there earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're only gone a couple of minutes.
Okay. So Kali is going to come in, and I assume this is going to require a deception roll because she's going to tell
yes.
the truth, but not the whole truth.
Okay.
And nothing but the truth.
And she is going to say, Akasha and I were able to stabilize the patient. We believe that we may be able to get some answers soon, but we want to make certain that nobody causes any sort of relapse. So I'm going to have to insist that only the people who are not so familiar with Kyle are rotated in on guard duty. And this also means that Celica, Rhiannon, Lady Celine, Decius, I would ask that none of you approach, and to keep your voices down when you are in earshot.
Decius and Celine simply nod.
Okay, let me get that deception roll.
You
That
got it.
is a 13 plus a 13, so 26.
Alrighty, and that exceeds Rhiannon's passive insight. So
I'd hope it passed the passive insight.
yeah,
Good gosh.
yeah. So passively, it's a success. There's no reason to call for a active insight.
Yeah, she doesn't see much point in it.
No.
Just can't.
If it was closer, then I would say you have a suspicion, but it's not.
And Kali also can be entirely selective with telepathy, but she also doesn't know the extent of the speaker's powers or what it can do with other people, but she knows that it's psionically sensitive.
Yes.
So she's not at the moment going to do anything telepathically other than say to Rhiannon, Celica, and Saw, have we figured out a way to deal with the blockade?
In a way. I'm thinking about using some ships disguised as transport vessels with forged papers to get past the blockades, because there's going to be too many of them aboard for us to deal with one-on-one.
Holly nods at that and looks to everyone gathered and says, Rhiannon, Saw, and Celica are familiar with my capabilities, though I have had a bit of a breakthrough with some of them recently. Is there any role for me that has already been established?
Not so far yet, no.
No.
I'm still waiting for Colin to come back. He's only just left after all.
Yeah, for all of you, she's only been gone for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Actually 10 to get Akasha settled in bed.
Yeah,
All
it
tucked
would have
in.
taken time to do that.
Yeah.
I
To
don't know
give
if
the
it's
instructions to the guards and talk to the doppelganger.
Yeah.
I don't know
etc.,
if it's
etc.
possible for you to create like illusions that can also help with the disguise, or if you've got anything in your own bag of tricks that could help, or even Akasha's.
I can cast the same illusion spell we once used underneath Terra Valistas itself, but can only create an image. And she looks around and takes a moment. About the size of this room, maybe twice as tall.
Not big enough to disguise a ship with, but maybe make a deck seem different than what it is.
It could be enough to hide an approaching or boarding vessel.
That's no idea.
Yeah, the demon will chime in. You mean like from the front?
However we choose to go about it. I could conceal dropping a canoe, a rigger, anything small enough that we could keep it within the illusion. And unless they interacted with it, I doubt they would be able to see through it.
It definitely help when we want to sneak into the castle as well.
The demon will look over to Decius and say, I wish to speak with my men and see if there's something we can come up with as well. Will you
There is a...
come with me?
Sorry? Is he talking to Kali?
He's
or
talking to
Decius?
Decius.
Okay. my bad.
Decius looks over to Rhiannon and says, I can go with him to ensure that what he's doing is correct if you wish.
Still not ahead of agreement. Go.
So be it. And nods and follows the demon out of the room. The demon on his way out will give a gesture of respect to Lady Celine, but it's not in a way like he's not trying to be offensive or anything, and he knows that he cannot bridge amends or anything like that. It's out of just sheer nobility, respect.
Yeah. Gotta keep the decorum.
Yep. It's not like, oh, we're friends now kind of thing. It's like, this is what's supposed to be done, so that's what he's doing.
So I've now got Celine, Selena,
Rhiannon.
and the PCs here.
Yep.
Still got the mine music going as well.
No, this is a different soundtrack.
Is it?
Yeah, this is different. This is the tense one.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the same. I must have just blanked
Oh, yeah.
it.
Continuing on.
What do we have in terms of vessels? Or are you going to try and construct something?
Well, we haven't made it that far into the plan. Like I said, waiting for Colin to come back and report what he sees.
Lady Celine speaks up and says that Decius has sent for, or is going to send for his contacts to see what he can get as far as a vessel, but it might take a day or two.
No.
He had said that
That
earlier.
will give us time to. That will give us time to finish fortifying here.
Indeed. And she'll sort of. She doesn't want to yawn. She'll stifle a yawn. Just say,
Well,
What did you glean? Oh, you go.
Selena will cut in. Well, I believe that it will be best for me to get working on these papers. And she'll give a small bow and a little wave and a smile to Sa before she takes her leave.
Lady Celine, I actually had one other question for you. Rhiannon had asked you previously about the state of the treasury. We also obviously have learned, and she sort of gestures to. Rhiannon came out with a rod or something from the tomb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was okay. I thought it was a rod, but I wasn't certain. She gestures to the rod and says, "Obviously, there were some items of note that even Rhiannon was unaware of. Are there any other assets or resources that we could lay claim to for the purposes of this?"
The family and the remainder of the trees are currently gathering said things that we know of, that we can get access to. And she says this as she's unhooking a bandolier of daggers and also pulling several daggers from her dress and setting them on the war table. A couple of them she stabs down quite firmly. The annoyance very visible and clear in what she's doing. And she removes one of her necklaces and sets it down. And finally, she kind of reaches around her back under her left arm, and you hear a blade unsheath, and she sets down a needle-like blade in front of her. She says, "I have to maintain these while that monster is around. But I will have more for when I go to claim Jaren's head."
And after we do, I'd like to know very much what it is you did before you met Father. She says that kind of awed with all the knives and shit Mum's pulling out.
She picks up the needle-like one and gives a sly look to Rhiannon and says, "How do you think we met?"
Oh.
Oh,
So-
Your mom's an assassin!
Oh!
Your mom's so cool.
Assassin!
I didn't want to know that, Mom. Gross.
So,
His sword
I
was
guess-
quite impressive.
Go ahead.
She was just gonna say something silly like, I thought it was an arranged marriage. That's what you said.
It was arranged. Yes, we didn't lie about that. A portion of it was arranged.
His hit.
He was very resilient. And she smiles.
Really?
She smiles, a tear kind of forming in her eye. And twice as vigorous.
Oh god.
Correct, Sam.
Yeah, we do, because
Okay.
you get told us.
Yeah. If you have anything that is going to be particularly effective against fiendish targets, definitely make sure that you have that ready for the Lady Talonor.
She simply nods.
And I guess a fiendish whore.
Mm-hmm.
Was Jaren always a bit of a shit? Or is this a case where she may have control of him?
It could be a case of both. None of us were really in contact with Jaren. He was supposedly rightfully scrubbed from the family tree.
If possible, let us try and capture Jaren. But if not, I will understand.
I don't believe I can do that.
That was kind of scary. That was very scary.
I believe you can.
You
I believe
didn't
that you don't
leave-
want to.
You didn't leave. You didn't lose your lover and your child.
No, I did not. But in the short time that I met and interacted with Beric, I think that I know him at least enough of what he would do in your place. But it is your choice.
You
They break it up real, did Jack?
You
Yeah,
dare say you think you know him and what he would do?
Wait.
It
I
doesn't
said-
matter what he would
no.
do. It doesn't matter because he is dead.
Mother, I think Carly is referring to more honorable things one would do out of respect, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, yes? She is right in one sense. He may know things that could be helpful.
She looks at Rhiannon and says, "There is no honor in death." And she leaves. Door
Holy
slams
dishonor.
behind her.
Well,
Well, that could have gone better.
Yeah, Rhiannon will take a big sigh and like hold back a tear. Like sort of shiver from being
Seems I have
That was-
won no points with your mother.
shake her head and just I've never seen her like this. Well, naturally I've never seen her like this.
The blade vanishes.
Oh my gosh.
Ghost knife.
The daggers
You know what
stay,
that means, right?
but the blade itself goes away.
She's gonna shank Kali, that's what.
Kylie feels a needle slip into the back of her neck.
Barrick sends his regards.
Start hearing the red wedding.
The rains-
The inlays
rain-
always
the
pay
rains
their
are-
death.
The reigns of Calimere.
Yeah.
So now it's just us and Selena, right?
No, Selena left to go create the
She's
forged
gone.
documents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the party.
Just us four.
So Rhiannon's just gonna like put a hand head in her hands and just like wipe her face.
Yeah.
Kali's
I'm
gonna
still
step up
looking
to the
at the water
table.
maps.
Kali's gonna step up to the table, look to Saw, and say, Saw, I may need you with our patient shortly. Look to Rhiannon and say, Rhiannon, amongst the other things that your mother has shown you or told you about, is there anything that she has found that we might use to attempt once more to purge the influence of the corruption on us? Saw is, of course, free and clear at the moment, but it is not something that I wish to continue to suffer from.
Rhiannon will shake her head. I had been thinking perhaps to use the crystal underneath the church, the very same that gifted me the Storm Soul, if that could perhaps be used to target the crystals that infect us all. But other than that, nothing. Why? What did the doppelganger say? Get the feeling you must have gleaned something from him.
Yes. The doppelganger, as you may have guessed from the multitude of voices, had the memories of many inside. I was informed that, aside from Kael, there were several others who had been touched by it. Due to this, it was able to recognize its touch on me and said that currently its presence in me is strong. I have noticed no changes from this, but it's worth asking if any of you, especially you, Saw, she turns and looks at Saw, very meaningfully, because you are not under any sort of influence. If you have noticed anything strange, peculiar, or odd in any moments where I may have been not paying attention or have let my guard down. Especially since I assume Saw and most of the party were sleeping in like a large common room
I think
the
so.
previous night, correct?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Guess that's a no.
I mean, so I was just. I mean, I could keep a better lookout if you want.
That would be appreciated. She turns back to Rhiannon. Apparently, and the reason that I requested that anyone who is familiar with Kael stay away, is that the reason for this fit was due to the sight. And she pauses for a second, and then continues and says, of Eorveth. Apparently this triggered something, and caused whatever Summer had in place as a contingency to begin to kick off. Does that mesh with what you have been informed about the doppelganger?
The demon had mentioned as such, yes.
that the sight of someone could set this off?
Well, if it had been either myself or if the demon had been killed, the doppelganger would supposedly spring into action.
With Akasha in mind's aid, the doppelganger is under its own control now, and is grateful that we have saved its life.
Good.
But there's more. And she looks at Rhiannon very clearly, and she stares across and she says, I have been an expert at deception and trickery for everything that I can remember, though with what you know of me, that is not saying as much as it might mean for others.
What are you saying, Carly?
What I am saying is that I want the truth, and every bit of it.
What did the doppelganger say exactly?
What do you think he said? You seem to already have an inkling, a fear, a concern.
Serena, breathe in.
I was just looking between them like the monkey gif.
Kali also very visibly has one hand on the Biesh rod, by the way.
I'm just like, what's going on? She's doing that.
Alright. If they look like really hostile, Sauce just gonna be like,
Kali doesn't
no,
look
no.
hostile. Kali looks, honestly, more pleading than anything else.
Okay,
She
okay.
almost looks because she dropped her like mask of deception. She almost looks like she's close to like despair.
Oh,
She's the
hadn't
Tell
ultimate.
me
given
the
it much-
truth of it.
if they start
Having-
putting like if they start getting in that stance, Sauce just gonna be like, we should go get some beers.
No, Rhiannon's like just like leaning forward, shoulders drooping, tired, sort of thing. She'll just breathe in and exhale slowly. I hadn't given it much thought after the fact. What I see now was serious error of judgment at the time. Wasn't sure when to bring this up because I hadn't noticed anything especially outstanding. But on the Argonth, I did attempt to. Well, it wasn't an attempt. I did, in fact, talk to the speaker. And I thought to place doubt within his mind that, or its mind, that no matter how far it takes the prophecy and bends it to its will, that it'll always be resisted. It'll always have something or someone to push back against its corruption. I see now, or I'm going to assume from whatever the doppelganger said to you, that the speaker has influenced me somehow, some way.
Kali is definitely
that-
inciting hard what Rhiannon's saying, by the way. And I'm gonna burn my inspiration on it to get higher. I got a 15
can
the
tell-
first time.
Can I just like, out of character, can I say she's being truthful? This is exactly what
Okay.
happened.
Yeah.
Kali would still be. I would still have had her do this. Like Kali would be
Yeah,
spending
fine.
like every bit of her ability to like understand how people lie, what it goes into from being able to deceive people
Okay,
well.
okay.
So I'm
So
going
it
to
ended up being a
let you-
21.
Yeah, I'm going to let you use the inspiration, but in doing so, I'm going to give you another one for doing it in character like that. So
Okay.
I was just like chilling in the corner, like slowly like starting to eat some good berries, and she's handing Celica some while
would
they're
say
watching this go on.
The only thing that seems like hostile from Kali is the fact that her like very reptilian pupils are almost gone from her eyes. Like they're that narrowed.
Yeah. It's just from
It's-
the tone of voices, there's the mood in the
Oh.
room.
There is, but Kali's desperately hoping for a good explanation.
Well, that is essentially it. She wanted to
That
make
is-
the speak of doubt. Show him that he can be resistant no matter what.
You made no deal. You made no promise that may have been worded poorly.
None.
Because the one part that I lied to you about before is why the doppelganger acted. It's true that it was because it saw Yorvith, but only after you finished Summer's phrase.
Right, we'll look at Dad in the eyes. When was this?
Last night, when you were in the room with Kaya, away from all of us, and the doppelganger said that there was no resistance from you, that the speaker used you as a willing participant.
Then he must have formed a connection when I went to jeer at him.
You came to me, Rhiannon.
I did. To jeer at
This is obviously
In-
just Rhiannon.
Yes.
in a line. Yeah. I did. To show you that you can and will always be resistant.
And I can and will always feed on that resistance.
Hmm.
And you feel the voice fading away.
Watch me. Watch us defeat you.
The echoing cackle of the speaker fades.
You'll check on those.
Kelly's going to place a hand, the one hand that's not gripping her Bieshgrad, onto the map table. Her claws are tensed enough that they definitely tug at the map itself a bit. And she's still like locked in eye contact with Rhiannon. As far as she's concerned, Celica and Saw don't even exist to them.
So mean.
You saw what it did through the barest of touches to me, and even worse, to Celica. What
Yeah.
made you think that you were so much more powerful than the rest of us? That you could flaunt it, taunt it to such a degree? What was going through your head, Rhiannon?
Speaker.
Do you truly think that much of yourself?
I did at the time. But one does never know. There is a first time for everything after all. If there is a way that he can be resisted and pushed out, that means to find it.
You gave it a doorway, a path in. Then all these times,
Just to cut in, it's also now dawning on you why Rhiannon showed up first and worst now since the Argonth.
if that is the case, then every time we have come to an epiphany, a conclusion, a chance to stop something, it seemed like all of the forces arrayed against us were in the perfect position to stop us, knew the perfect time to spring their traps.
She'll just nod her head. She hasn't got anything to say to that.
season for the false Hydra. Summer's timing, the betrayal timing, everything since the Argonth.
And anything, everything that you have come to decide here, out the window.
Does Kali now have it dawn on her that she just gave an entire...
No, she knew.
Verse.
That's why
Okay.
she's so upset
Yeah.
about it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was like actually
She's-
she knew it yet or
Yeah,
okay.
she's purposely not bringing it up just on the off chance that it's not, because she did have Rhiannon give the parchment over to Sa.
Mhm.
But she's almost certain it's already too late.
Yeah.
I was just
I
gonna be
have
like,
been-
"Whoa, what's going on?"
I had been racking my brain trying to figure out everything. I'd even gone to the extent of trying to put myself in these monsters' mindsets just for a moment to try and think what they would see when they see these words. When they see the things that appear before us. And Kali is very glad inside her head that she didn't mention that she realized how else she's been seeing the prophecy about the dice thing
Mhm.
that she just had revealed to her inside the doppelganger's head. Because that's the one thing that Rhiannon and the speaker by proxy don't know.
Yeah.
We don't even know if the previous method will work on you now. You were the one who initiated contact. Do you
Keep
think
nodding
that
your
it's
head.
going to be possible to do this? Do you think we're not just throwing the rest of their lives away now? If we go under a plan that you have helped formulate, that you've sat in on?
To be seen. I'm not sure if
You
there's
have all
any.
these- Rhiannon,
sure
I
there's any
want the truth from you. You have all these clever little turns of phrase. We'll see. In due time. I want you to be real with me, okay? I want you to think about this. How perfect would it be as a tactician if you were able to listen in on everything that the leader, the one who made the plans for your enemies, was able to say? Would you not jump at the chance? Would you not spend every little tiny bit of effort on that? Do you see what we're at? Even if it's not true, how can we operate as if it isn't? It can't not have some part here.
So it's important to note that Celica is listening intently now, leaning on the table while staring daggers at Rhiannon.
Just keep saying here. I was gonna say,
I would say Kali's tone doesn't sound like she's angry. It sounds like she's upset more than anything.
Yeah, don't you agree? A wonderful opportunity to see and study everything that can be done, will be done. Especially if that is exactly what's going to happen. It is, yes. A nice opportunity. I'm not sure if I can do performance check or anything. Or would it be deception?
Oh, sorry.
Just to yeah, it would be great to see everything, especially if this is all exactly how it's going to go down. Yeah. So not sarcastically, but if you get the meaning, sort of. Yeah.
You're trying to be
for sure.
flippant.
Not flippant. No.
Okay.
Like, yeah. What we're seeing here is we see one hand, but what's the other hand doing? One second.
Yeah, performance will do fine.
Sorry, it's not close to me.
It's
Yeah,
all good.
performance.
Mhm.
So it's 18 plus 5 performance.
All right. So 23. So
Basically, what I'm trying to get at is that, yes, we may have these plans, but whether or not you go ahead and we all follow them, if the speaker's obviously watching right now, is a different thing entirely.
yeah.
And now that she's being compromised, or I guess on the speakers, they're aware that the speaker's watching. What will he tell the Telenos about what's coming?
Sure. And you're able to pull that off with basically no hesitation.
Aside from all that, aside from all the tactical things, what I can't understand, what it is that bothers me the most, is how we had all agreed that we were in this together, that we would do these things together, we would tackle them together. And time after time, even before the arc, you seem to have this idea in your head that there are so many times that you have to do something right then, on your own, that you can't wait for anyone else's input, anyone else's ideas, anyone else's help. You're not alone here, Rhiannon. You have people around you. Even if the three of us were not here, even if Akasha was not here, you have had people trying to help you this whole time. But you're so damn clever that you think that you know better than anyone else could possibly know. And damn it, you may be fucking smarter than me, Rhiannon. But that doesn't mean you see everything either. And you don't know everything either. And I just
Really
wish
not.
that of all the things that you can seem to remember and recall perfectly, of all the conversations, that these would be the ones that you would recall more often. That's what upsets me.
Completely and utterly right to be upset. I have no further explanation for what I've done. Nothing.
I could not order the guards to do this. But if you want to have any hope of getting Kyle back, then you're going to need to order them to keep the trees, Yorvath, Celine, and anyone else who knows Kyle away.
Consider it done. She looks at Evanor and Sa. Any input from you two?
Oh. I would have input if I knew what just happened.
Evanor?
Sa would be very upset if she could read.
Yeah. You can't show that to them kids. They'd be very upset if they knew how to read.
Seneca isn't responding at first. She's just kind of staring at Syria for a while. Before she ends up just sighing. I was just starting to trust you, Rhiannon. And she's not saying that because she's giving you respect or anything. She's saying it because you've just lost the nickname. And you're not the person she thought you was. Like, this is with no respect. She's saying your name. And yeah, she just storms out. Probably would have noticed that the table is actually probably cracked because she gripped it that hard.
I want to hear it from you, people murderer.
Hypocrite!
I come back and I stab her.
Oh, that's one way to solve it.
Well, Sa? Are you just going to stand there?
Uh,
I'm gonna go get drunk.
I was about to say, so I was just like, squinty eyes, like, hold up.
Law has high wisdom, doesn't she?
Yes.
Eh.
She has decent wisdom, not
But not the
super great
intelligence to use
intelligence.
it.
She's not.
She's a very
yeah.
instinctual person.
Yeah.
Bite her neck out, that'll
So-
work.
So wait. Allie, you're saying that Rhiannon caused what now?
And I'm the reason that all this happened since the Argonth. And she's right.
No, I am not laying blame for everything at your feet. That would be unfair, and it would be deceiving myself worse than we have already been deceived.
But she just said she did it.
That is because Rhiannon, I believe, has finally realized how big of a fuck up. These things, if we had never come here, still would have happened. They would have happened on a different time scale, but they would have happened eventually.
So
If we had come here without what you had done on the Arkham, it's possible we could have stopped. But because our enemy had exact information about our movements, they knew exactly when to spring their timetable up, when to rush things.
So is this like, is it voluntary? Are you purposely giving him information?
Involuntary.
Okay, then we just don't include our own plans. Bam! Problem solved.
And Saul walks out. Did Saul actually walk out there?
No, that was me.
No, no.
Oh,
I should have walked out. It'd been perfect.
Yeah.
How do we explain it to the others? How can we possibly explain excluding Rhiannon, now that they've already seen that Rhiannon is basically in charge? If we exclude her, the demon is at least sharp enough to ask why, to demand answers for it. And if we say something, then the demon is going to assume that the whole enterprise is fucked, and will withdraw their
Crew
forces.
obeys what the captain says.
Yes, and he wasn't willing to lose his men the other night any more than he would for something
No,
that's
no, no.
doomed to failure.
What I'm saying is, we can say. I mean, she can give us orders, and we'd be like, all right, you person do this.
The problem is, what about right now, this very meeting?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So the speaker knows that we're not feeding into him anymore. Just stick your tongue out at Rhiannon.
We can play the blind, the bluff, the double bluff game as far as it goes.
She'd be like,
It
that
is
wasn't to you,
possible.
honey. It was the
It's
speaker.
possible that we can make so much of this to be obfuscated and hidden behind layers of trickery and the like. We can propose an inordinate amount of plans that cannot possibly be covered for on all contingencies. But the problem is the speaker knows this as well. If Rhiannon is in on any of it, then the speaker will know the truth. Rhiannon is not incapable. Rhiannon is a very sound tactical mind. If we present plans to Rhiannon that have no chance of working, Rhiannon knows that, so the speaker knows that.
After you finish saying that, the ground begins to shake
Oh, no.
slightly at first. and then a bit more before it becomes a small earthquake, and you can hear footsteps of panic in the corridor outside. And then it subsides, knocking a few things over, but nothing major. And that's when the whispers begin, louder than ever.
That's it.
And where we end our session for tonight.
Fuck.
Oh man, that's where I snuck off. I set this whole thing off. I went down there.
Just
That's
cuts to
Mighty
Celica
Duck.
underneath in the tunnels, just cutting all the foundations out.
Yeah. Taking out her anger.
Ah!
All right. That said, nighty night, everybody. We'll catch you next time.
Night
Night, everybody.
night.
Bye.